Good morning. Welcome in, guys. P-Bond, Dom, Zeman, Senalaya. Good morning to you all. Morning and blessed day. How you doing, sir? Go. Welcome in, Chief. Good morning to you guys. Exclamation mark retweet if you want to help out today, guys. Appreciate all the love. Take a day. Good day, Chief. Gonna go. Welcome in, Chief. need to get rid of that command. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I am your host, Michael the Dark Lawrence, and welcome to another episode of The Darkness. Welcome in, Rufus. Good day to you. Monday the 4th of April, day 4 out of 30. Jider, welcome in as well. Let me just quickly get rid of that command because we don't use any points or anything like that anymore. That would be a good thing to get rid of. Yeah. We don't do darkness points anymore on this channel. That would be a good one to have. Sorted out anyway. Welcome in though. How is everyone doing, guys? Right, we're shorted there. Beautiful. Let me just save that profile. How was everyone's weekend? Anyone get up to anything fancy? I mean, just anything apart from Star Citizen, you know what I mean? How are you this Monday? I'm a little tired, but that's my own fault, to be honest. Maybe done a little bit too many hours this weekend when I shouldn't be, if you know what I mean. Little bit silly, because we're meant to be saving our kind of like our push for the Toby stuff starting on Thursday, which is like 13 days of giveaways and stuff that they're doing. So the more you watch my show starting from Thursday to the 19th, you get tokens. They did this last year. Surprisingly, I also got banned the last time they did this event. So we have to be extra careful this time. Okay, guys? We did get banned during the Toby event last year. So yeah, we have to be really careful this year, okay? But it starts next Thursday, or sorry, this Thursday to the 19th. And it's the same thing. You watch the show, you get more tokens. There's Toby 5s, there's 20% discounts, all that stuff. Auroras, 300 eyes, the juicy stuff. It's basically a Toby Star Citizen event. You'll probably have like other content creators like Zero State, and you know, anyone that's a partner. Detox. I think. It's Detox? Yeah, he is. Yeah. Red Layer. Maybe, you know what I mean. If any of them are live, I'm pretty sure they're going to be hooked up with the event. So you don't need to just watch my channel. But what I always like to do with these ones is guarantee I will give you 10 tokens or 10 entries every day. So that's 130 tokens you will guarantee get off my channel. Obviously, as long as ISPs and stuff like that don't crash or anything like that. But obviously, you know, you can lurk in my channel, and then watch like another content creator if they're not part of the team. You know what I mean? You don't have to actually physically watch the channel and stuff. So, hey, Chris, Ashra, welcome in. Reformed, good day to you guys. Hope everyone's well. Just streaming mute, no rants. No, so so again, I got clarification from Twitch what like the full. It took me months to get through. To get to like a proper what was the reason I got banned, and it was, as I've said over the weekend, the full reason was I got banned was I was saying shank and CUNT to NPCs, and because I was out of mature mode, yeah, basically I got put down for like harassment because people thought I was being nasty towards like a player and stuff like that. And obviously, yeah, that can be made a mistake, but Twitch said if I had actually been in mature mode, it wouldn't have happened. And I'm like, well, what about all the money loss that you put me through? They don't care. Like, at the end of the day, they didn't reply on that one. But I got that. So we're in mature mode already. I ain't coming out of it this time, and hopefully it works, you know what I mean? But long as we don't do anything aggressive towards an NPC, we should be okay. We should be okay. But I'm going to tone down the things I will say. on this channel, because Twitch is, you know what I mean? It's, they're a little bit hypersensitive, where if somebody reports and it's in a certain category, they just ban you instead of actually having a representative check it out kind of thing. So the best thing to do is just do nothing that can be reported. You know what I mean? Don't be racist, don't be sexist, you know what I mean? Don't be aggressive towards humans. Not that I am, you know. I keep it in a video game, that's where it is. It's a funny thing, as I tried to explain to people, even, you know, when like attacking people in a video game and, you know, enjoying killing them in a video game, these are the same people that I would quite happily go for a pint with at like a CitizenCon, you know what I mean? I have no like actual hate, aggression towards anyone. It's the same with like, I had like beef with Bart is here and Pete. Oh, I can't remember the full name. Again, you know, these times are all over and stuff like that. I generally don't really care about stuff like that. I would still quite happily go for a drink with set people. You know what I mean? Sea bums ahoy. Shesh. So I like to try and keep it in game. I think within the 3 years I've been a content creator, I've come in and matured slightly in ways to take myself out of like my ways of doing things in life and be like, you know what, we'll do it this way, and it still keeps me above board and all that jazz. So yeah. Common vocabulary in Scotland. Well, if you put captions on, you'll get 100% accurate captions of what I'm saying, which is lovely. Which is lovely, chat. Right, let me just do my paperwork here. I've created commands for when we raid. They're very basic because I don't want to like completely obliterate somebody's chat. So we have raid 1, one word, exclamation mark raid 1 and raid 2. If you're a follower of the channel, you'll be able to do raid 1. If you're a subscriber of the channel, you'll be able to do raid 2, because raid 1 is static and raid 2 is flashy. They look exactly the same. It's just a good vibes raid or a red tie raid. No, it's not red tie raid because you would have to be a subscriber for that. But it's just a good vibes raid, that it says. Or it says raid good vibes, you know? There you go. I think it's like 3 or 4 emotes as well per person. So very, very simple, but it gives you guys something to do. Because, I mean, I'm so used to YouTube from the past 6 months that you don't have the ability to rage, you don't have the ability to shout. I still don't have a shout out command, by the way, guys. And this is no offense to content creators coming in and raiding. I just ain't gonna do it. Simple as that. I don't think it needs to be done, personally. I think your own channel should carry yourself, not what I say. Like, if I go, hey guys, see that link in chat, go and follow them, and never watch their channel. Because that's generally what people do. You know what I mean? They'll click, they'll follow, they'll do what I say, but they'll never watch your channel. So why would you want fake numbers, you know? So I would rather just be like, hey, thank you very much for the raid. I'll try and raid you back one day so people can actually see your content, you know? Like what I did with Reformed, you know? Reformed's been very, very fucking kind to me. But not on Twitch, I'm talking about YouTube. Coming in nearly every day and saying hello. You know, the smallest thing you could do for a content creator is literally just coming in and say hello, you know, how was your weekend, that kind of stuff. I'm not talking about like dropping subs or membership or anything like that, just literally that. And I remember that shit, you know, and especially for like 6 months. It's the same with you know, like Johnny and stuff coming in, Ash, just that quick say. But I'm not gonna do shoutouts anymore for people. Your channel should carry yourself, you know. You shouldn't need a shout out for raiding somebody. Just like, it's like the same thing as I hate shoutouts when I go and raid somebody. Don't shout me out, please don't. Don't shout me out. Just enjoy the raid, enjoy a little bit of a view kick for a short period of time, because the next time you stream you won't have the same numbers. So you've got 30 seconds to a minute to make sure people are like, you know what, I'm gonna follow this guy and return the next day kind of deal. And hopefully that will come across as, you know, not trying to be like arrogant or disrespectful. I just don't think shoutouts work. They just don't work. I've done this for 3 years, and for the 2 years plus on Twitch, I never saw a shoutout actually benefit my channel, or a raid massively affect my stuff. So I'm just going on personal experience. People can do whatever the hell they want on their channel and stuff. I'm just not doing the shoutouts, you know? Let your own channel carry you. If I see you online and you've raided me, I remember that. I'm really good long-term memory. So I'll send my viewers over to your channel, and then you've got 30 seconds to a minute to impress the viewers. I think that's the best way to do it, personally. Because I don't want to be like, hey guys, my community, go and, you know, follow that person. They'll get the follow and they'll be like, oh wow, I spiked up like 2 followers out of 200 people. That's amazing. It's not amazing. It's just people don't click links. You know what I'm saying? I would rather bring my community to your channel and you impress them in a period of time that is normal around the stats, which is 30 seconds to a minute. You've got to impress your thing. So it's like when you get rated by big numbers, my advice is, like, if you can, like, obviously if you're PvPing or doing something quite tactical or stressful in game, it's difficult, but within the first 30 seconds, acknowledge the raid, welcome everyone in, introduce yourself. Don't just go, thanks for the raid. Maybe just be like, hey guys, you know, my name, you know, your streamer name, what you like to do, what you like to thing, and just kind of like that introduction thing. And that holds viewership really, really well. Ask how people are getting on, you know what I mean? Just take that sort of like 2 or 3 minutes. You don't need to go crazy. You don't need to start going promotion like, hey guys, would you like some sneak kind of jazz, you know? I think that's generally the best way for content creators to work with each other, you know? Don't expect a raid to promote your channel. Just move your community over and try and get that feedback if people raid back in the previously, you know, or later, you know what I mean? I generally see, that's always been the case for me, where I've seen numbers increase. So if any of you guys are like content creators wanting to be a content creator on Twitch, YouTube, Facebook, MySpace, all these places, it's generally you don't care too much about somebody raiding you. You're generally like I've had raids where I've had like 2,000 viewers brought in, and no joke, I'll get like 200 followers, and within 4 months afterwards I only see the same people's names 3 or 4 times, you know. It generally doesn't do shit. And I think a lot of content creators get stressed around the fact that they have those numbers and then they drop. And I've always said that to people, please don't get hyper about a raid of numbers. Like, get excited, say hello to everyone, you know, acknowledge it, but please don't take it to heart, because I've seen a lot of people tweet like a week later going, you know, I got big raids this week and then I've not seen my numbers increase. The truth is, in the period of time that you had to impress people, you didn't. And that's nothing bad. It's just that everyone that came in didn't click with what you're wanting to do. It doesn't mean you go and change as a content creator. It doesn't mean that you change as a person. It just means that, you know, not everyone fucking segments like this, you know? And relax with it. Don't care too much about it. Just enjoy it at the time being, but don't go 2 days later, where's all the numbers I had? It's a little spurt in a long process. Just try and do as much as you can, guys. It's really, really important that people don't get stressed about streaming. Because, again, 3 years I've done this, and I've had a lot of times where my mental health has been massively affected by, mainly because I'm a full-time content creator, wages and income and stuff like that. It fucking hits me hard, because I don't require much in life. And when I don't get that minimum requirement, you know what I mean? That hits me hard, because it's not like I'm going out and earning like $2,000-3,000 a month. I barely make $12,000 a year, but that suits me. That's all I need to get through life, you know. So again, just don't freak out when big things happen, and especially like if you're doing content creation for a long time, January, February, March, blank it out. Blank it out. They will always be your shittest months every single year because some sort of magic happens the moment Christmas and New Year finishes. People just disappear. It's like they go away to some other planet as a content creator. Your numbers just go wee, and you're like, where is everyone? It's not like there's anything fancy going on in the world and stuff, but people just knuckle down and they want to, like, it's like a hibernation kind of period where they just get back into work. Maybe some people have fitness goals, you know, like New Year resolutions and stuff like that. And then generally around April, it starts to go up again. You'll have like the good times like before November, and then it sort of flatlines like November, December. Because obviously Christmas is coming and people are so stressed with that. And then you just get the bomb afterwards. And it's the most horriblest feeling. Because you're just like, oh yeah, I was having such a great end of the year, and now I'm like, I have to do it all over again. And I would imagine it's like a developer at CIG, you know? You're getting that content out, and then it just drops off for like 4 months. It's so bizarre. Yeah, exactly. People have to, again, I generally think people overspend at Christmas time, you know, with gifts and families, and you've got friends who have kids and stuff like that. It's just an ongoing nightmare of like you've got to do like people. I think people feel pressured to do it. For me, it's another day in the office. You know, I don't celebrate Christmas. My birthday is the next day. I hate Christmas with a passion because it always shadows it. But yeah, definitely if you're a content creator, don't freak out too much with the numbers stuff. But yeah, it's just to let you guys know that if anyone ever raids me, I'm not doing the shoutouts. Your channel will carry you. If I can raid you back, I see you online. Like we did Thornburg yesterday. We did Reformed. You know, I'll try and get you guys hooked up as much as I can, but you gotta carry your own channels. Get that YouTube content out. Do shorts. Do shorts. Please. And then if you're making a short, I've got a great program for you guys. I'll get it for you just now. Two shorts. Really good site. I think this is it. Is this it? Yeah, this is it. I'm gonna drop this in chat for you guys. If you do not have like an editing software, please use this website. It doesn't cost much to go pro, and I would highly suggest you do pro. But what this does is it takes your Twitch clips and it turns it into short, Instagram reel, TikTok, whatever they call TikTok. But it basically turns your clips that say your community make. I think it's only like $4 a month or something to get the watermarks taken off, but you don't require an editing software, and it literally gets you the ability to take your clips on Twitch, get them on a YouTube channel, get them on an Instagram channel, get them on a TikTok. I don't do TikTok because it's not because of what TikTok does. I just feel TikTok is really fucking toxic. It's ridiculous how people are so nasty on that platform. So I just stay away with stuff when you see nasty stuff like that. I mean, if you're a TikTok person and you're enjoying it, then you enjoy it. But for me, I've just seen so much crap on it that I don't personally want to do it. I've got the Instagram and the YouTube channel, but again, if your community is making funny clips of you, say you're doing some silly shit, or Skyborn channel, how you doing, Chief? Sorry, I missed that one. He's doing Loafline. You can literally use cross clip, and it will take your clips, turn them into a short TikTok, Instagram, and then you upload them to different platforms. And it means you don't need to like learn Adobe Premiere or DaVinci and stuff like that.
Generous
hey, Girl Scout,
clever.
thank you very much for
Bravo.
that, Chief. Now, I shaved my head to support the Dark Law. I look like a terrible bandit. I don't blame me, man. Don't blame me if you shaved your head. Thank you very much for that free iPad. I appreciate that. But yeah, CrossClip, great thing. And I would recommend the Pro. It's $4.99, but you get the ability to remove the watermarks. You get the outro video removed as well, because they'll take up like 2 or 3 seconds of your short or your reel, your TikTok, to put their own advertisement in, which is fine if you're doing it for free. You know, they need to get something back from it. But again, the pro version, I feel, if you're wanting to boost your YouTube channel, because Shorts right now is the best way to promote your YouTube channel. It will give you the most views, the most subscriptions, and it will actually give you a ridiculous amount of time towards partnership compared to normal videos that go through another archive and another algorithm and stuff like that. So please do Shorts on your YouTube channel. No joke, you'll get maybe ones that do like 10 views. I have a video that is shit. It's the worst. It's the worst short I've ever done, and it's like 8,000 views. And it's given like a ridiculous amount of hours if I was trying to get partner a second time. Chris, thank you very much for the forward, dude. I appreciate that. Have a coffee on me, I will do. I've been into like coffee and hot chocolate together. It's like chock-a-muck or whatever. But Shorts are the best way to promote your channel on all platforms. It's the same as Reels. Get your Instagrams boosting. I've stopped doing normal videos on Instagram because I noticed that Reels, because people are just doing this. This is, you know, when you look at...
Thank you for renewing your Class 2 access.
Thank you very much. Or M4, sorry. See, when you're like... Let me just take off the private stuff, but we go to like... Jesus. Right, you know, you've got your Reels. People do this, right? They're just doing that. That's what people prefer to do. And it's the same if you go to the YouTube platform where you go to Shorts. People are just doing this. And this is what people do. And it gives you... When somebody watches your stuff for like 30 seconds... it just promotes you so much more. Live is actually pretty good as well. But you know what I mean? Like, if you're wanting to get into it, this website, CrossClip, literally allows you to take your Twitch stuff and move it around. Now, it doesn't help with, like, YouTube, because obviously YouTube has a weird clipping system for when you're live where it's making a timestamp. It doesn't actually make a video or anything
received.
like that.
Thank you very much.
M4, thank you very much for the bits, dude. I appreciate
Choo-choo
that.
bits for the tips.
Thank you so much, dude. I appreciate that. Thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. So yeah, if you are doing content creation, this is the fastest way to grow. And then what you would like to do is maybe, you know, because you can put text in the video, is just put like... The simplest things I would actually suggest people do is don't put a Twitch link, right? Buy a URL, right? They're very cheap. Most of the, like, my one, TheDarkLaw.com was like $20 for 3 years or something like that. Ridiculous. And I've just got it where wherever I'm live or whatever platform I'm promoting, it just moves that person to that thing. And then in your short videos, your reels, just have like, you know, reformedvapist.com or .org or however you want to have it. And that clicks into people more than having to remember the Twitch kind of stuff or being like, hey guys, come check out my Twitch channel. Give them a website to go to, because that's actually more interesting to be like, oh, right, they're just advertising their Twitch. It's like, oh, are they advertising merchandise? Are they advertising more videos? You know what I mean? Trick them into going to the platform you want to go to without actually saying, come to Twitch, come to YouTube, come and watch. Go to your own website, which again, it's very cheap to buy a URL. You don't need to have like a server and hosting and all that jazz. You just need to buy a URL, a domain name, and trick them into moving ahead. Obviously, like, you know, it's before people go, oh, he's trying to trick us into other things and stuff like that. No, it's just to help you guys move people around for you. Because again, if you make a video and you go, hey guys, you know, I'm live on Twitch, such and such, that's fine in a video. But on a short, the last thing you want to have is, hey guys, check out my Twitch channel, my fucking Twitter, my fucking Instagram. No, just whatever platform you need to promote people to the most important at the time that you need, just use your own personal URL and it'll attract people into it instead of like promoting platforms there, maybe like, you know, Facebook and stuff like that. Who cares about that shit? And it's a great way to boost your numbers on YouTube, Instagram, all these things. Now, I don't do anything really Star Citizen related on Instagram. I try and keep it like more, this is what I do outside of content creation, or like walking the dogs, hiking and stuff like that. Because for me, I'm always like the kind of person who is, I don't always want to have my content related around Star Citizen if I can. You know, I would like to actually have like multiple channels for different things. If I could ever afford it, I would love to have a drone channel. And just like record, because you guys, you know that Terada's like he's really good at like flying drones and cameras and all that jazz. I would love to have like a really decent drone, not one of those like sport car drone kits. I'm talking about ones that do like pan shots and 4K quality and stuff like that. That's what I'm talking about, where just doing scenery videos and, you know, flying under bridges and stuff. Very slow stuff, you know, pleasing, and you just put some really nice chilled music. Visual ASMR, if you want to call it. That's why I love to. Hey Ash, Remlith, welcome in, guys. Waiting for the TDL shake weight, personally. That's over there. I don't really bust out the shake weight these days. So, you know, I would like to do more than just Star Citizen in the future. No. So that's why I kind of keep the dogs and myself outside separate on Instagram. It's why Instagram for me has always been my slowest channel to do so, because obviously it's like people go there and they're like expecting like Star Citizen content. I do feel I might just bash up and start putting out reels of like low flying and stuff like that. If I'm doing the short on YouTube, I might as well do it on Instagram as well, but I'll still think about that, because generally you have to have some crazy numbers on Instagram and TikTok before you can ever make a profit from it. So I would rather just not worry about profit side from that and just be like, hey guys, this is where I walk and stuff like that. Well, the thing with that, Chris, is from what people say is that you crash a lot
received.
and all that jazz.
Thank
hey,
you very much.
Thank you for the bits, dude. Big oosh. Big oosh. Hope you had a good weekend, sir. But yeah, definitely if you're doing the Twitch gig and people are making clips and stuff, use that cross clip website. It's free to do so, but I would suggest if you're going to use it to start promoting other channels, the $4.99 is not a lot to get rid of their advertisement and the watermarks to promote everything about your channel instead, you know. Even if you only did it for a month and you just made like 40 fucking videos, you know, it's gonna pay for itself eventually down the line. I appreciate all the love, guys. Apparently PTU is still memed, so we're gonna have to wait. I'm pretty sure we're gonna see a patch tonight. Obviously I'll be offline at that stage. But once CIG get in the office, they'll work on the servers and all that jazz. So, unfortunately, as much as I would love to show you guys all the content and stuff, we'll just wait until it's a lot more stable. We have no rush. We have 30 days in April to promote the game for CIG, Toby, all that jazz. You know what I mean? There is, especially as PTU will be in PTU for at least 2 to 3 weeks. You know, we're not going to get into a live environment, I would say end of April, if we're lucky, you know. But then again, CIG sometimes can bust out and they bring out a patch that just makes no sense how they fixed everything. And it's most likely, when you look at it, they released PTU in the state it is, knowing how bad it is, knowing that they had like a week to fix a lot of things, and then it just magically gets sorted, you know. Definitely with CIG, I feel that they always push things out when they shouldn't, but they do so just to create hype, disappointment, ranting. You know what I mean? There is no bad advertisement, really, if you think about it. If somebody criticizes CIG or Star Citizen, Star Citizen magically goes up in profit. You know? Or like with viewers and stuff like that. You know, people like drama. I got a rag nail there. Jeez, that was sore. But yeah, that's my advice segment for this morning. Do more shorts and stuff like that. Get partner. I saw your post I retweeted it today, Ash. 1,000 hours already, dude. That's pretty boss, like, for the amount of subscribers and, like, and don't take this the wrong way, for the amount of streaming you have actually done and videos you've actually done in the past 6 months, that is pretty fucking no bad, like, no bad. Pretty crazy, because obviously, like, at that time of night, it's very difficult to get, like, Euro traction. Like, if you were starting at 12 o'clock in the afternoon, I think you would do a lot better, but again, that amount of subs from nothing and that amount of hours from nothing is nuts, man. I see you got the shorts out as well. Keep doing that. Again, guys, I can't promote the advice of doing shorts as much as possible if you're trying to create your YouTube channel or get up and running. Even if you just do a shorts channel and then promote your main YouTube channel or something like that, if you want to do it, because that's what people do. They've got like their normal channel, their YouTube their shorts channel, their live channel, you know, and then the other channel, because you can actually create multiple channels on one account now on YouTube, which is amazing. But I highly suggest people do the shorts. It's the fastest way, and YouTube are massively promoting it, because it's as Instagram and everyone are doing, like with TikTok. People like to do this shit instead of watching your 20-minute fucking video, you know. Sad reality is, the only time somebody will watch your 10-20 minute video is when they're making coffee in the morning or they're taking a shit. And that is actually legit shit, you know. People don't watch long videos these days. They'll flick through as much as possible. Also, if you're doing a video on YouTube, please do the ability for people to see the segments. I can't remember what it's called, but it's like like the timestamps on the line and in the thing. You put it in the description. I've done it on my Logan video if you ever need a reference. I'm trying to remember what exactly it's called, but that in stats wise from all the YouTube, like YouTube give out lots of information on stats. I've got a lot of content creators that are in the 100,000 plus that I ask advice from, because obviously when you're saying 100,000 subscribers and you've got your wee tick and you get your wee fucking plaque, you know, I would rather know how they did things and didn't do things and stuff like that than try and guess myself. And yeah, generally that brings in a lot more viewership where they'll actually watch certain parts, because they can just skip out the chapters. That's it. Yeah. Thank you, guys. Yeah, chapters. It massively helps keep people, because somebody might turn on your video and they're like, right, this is shit, and they'll turn off. But if somebody turns on the video and they see the chapter and they're like, right, well, the beginning's shit, but I can see where the action is, I'm going to watch that action part. At least you're getting them to watch your action part instead of leaving the video instantly, you know? Which would you rather have out of a 10-minute video? Somebody watching it for 2 minutes or no minutes, you know? So chapters are really good. The timestamping, putting a quick, like, quirky intro to your video is really important on YouTube. Don't just bust into sort of things. Like if it's a low-flying video, that's fine. You want that's like sort of smooth transition. But if you're doing like a video on combat and stuff and you're talking in the video as well, do a quick like 30-second clip of it and then go into the main video. It's really good. Right, we're loading up the game. I hope you guys are well. I hope you had a good weekend. It was not bad, actually. A bit of a rainy thunderstorm kind of situation last night. And speaking of being able to advertise people, Skyborn is actually live right now. And so, I hope I say this right. Forest Green? Forest Green? Fuck. My brain is so shit. Forest Green is also live. He raided us this week or weekend as well. He seems to be doing low flying. Oh, we've got a Korean as well on just now. So yeah, Skyborn TV. he's on just now, and Forest Green, they are both low flying. So if you're into that low flying community vibes, and you're maybe like, and we got dark underscore 0008 as well is doing low flying. So if low flying is your jam, there's multiple people just now on. Let's actually have a wee geek. Alright, he's not flying just now. God, I hate those things where it shows like people flying and then when you go into their channel, see Skyborn. Skyborn flying? Skyborn's getting in. Alright, we'll wait for them to go. I'm interested to see, like... Skyborn's really good. He's got a video out. How I discovered Skyborn was, first of all, he kindly... ages ago commented on one of my videos on Instagram, and then like there was a video that kind of like exploded with him flying with Tarada, and it's a really good video on YouTube, and that did really well with numbers. Chronogenics, I'm trying to remember how I discovered Chronogenics. I think it's like I just popped into his channel or I raided him, something like that. Graphic is on just now, low flying. It's, see, again, CIG, you have to fucking make a low flying ship, please. There's so many people that enjoy this category of gameplay. Make a low flying ship that is highly maneuverable, speedy, no weapon system, no fancy radar, one shield just to get them from A to B, quantum drive. You know, it doesn't need to be crazy. They can't warp across the whole universe. They have to be maybe carried. 2-seater. So we can have camera team working on things and shit like that. You've got so many people that do it, like... You could easily make a few extra bucks from a very simple design. You know? Swear to God, I've got to try and figure out how I can get into Chris's office. In a nice way. In a nice way. I need to try and get it and be like, look, dude, alright? You have got a huge amount of community that do this shit. It's snowing here again. Yeah, we had snow a wee bit. We're meant to be getting more snow, but it's kind of like just gone really cold, you know? We had hail the other day there, which was nuts, like. No, the 85X is not good for what I'm talking about, Shahruz. I know you can use it, but it's unathletic at flying. It's also where the co-pilot is in the side chit, like to the side. For stunt flying and stuff, you need to have pilot, co-pilot like this. Because they need to see exactly the same as the other one. If you look at any, like, proper stunt plane, like in Red Bull and stuff, it's really fucking tight and all that jazz, you know. 100i is not the best in Atmo. It's not it. I'm sorry. Hate to bust your bubble. The Arrow is literally the god of Atmo. What are you gonna do? Have somebody lying in the fucking bed or something like that? That's not exactly what I'm talking about, you know? Tiny little snub dealer, see like the P72. Well, again, if they do it with a P72 kind of thing, like we were talking about Viral, where they would have to also make like a ship that can carry them, you know what I mean? Because they don't have it, yeah. Yeah, Shahruz, but it's shit! It might be maneuverable, but it's like, I'm talking about a stunt ship, you know, a stunt plane. Oh my god, the buddies. The 85X is so unathletic. Ah! I think I'm gonna have to kill myself to get out here. Yeah, I gotta kill myself. I'm gonna T-pose here in between. This is where we go. We're gonna all touch hands. And here. So there's a good chance my body will pop up in a second and it's gonna be a touchy hand feeling situation. Stunt 2-seater coffin, more like it? No, I mean, as I've advertised plenty times to the CIG, the Hawk that the RAF use is one of the best, you know. Hey, Mr. B, welcome. Super Hornet is dreadful in atmosphere. Like, it's terrible. Like, again, as I tried to say to people, this is generally the Red Arrows Hawk, which is built off the T1. This is generally what I'm talking about CIG to create. And not as a combat ship, not with missiles, any of that shit. This is like one of the best like hyper maneuverable fighters for training people, because you have pilot and you have co-pilot. But the co-pilot, as you can see over the noggin of the frontal pilot, which allows them to take control if anything goes fucking bad. This is what I would love to see from CIG, especially with bubble canopy, so you've got nice visibility, a good nose for visuals. This is the perfect low-flying model, in my opinion, for a fighter. And they're very, very small as well, so it could be like M50 size if you think about it. But the Hawk T1 is the prime example of what I'm saying for stunt ship, visibility cockpit, that you would love from it. Because then you could have it where there's like cameras attached to it to do like the low flying thing. As much as yes, you can use the 85X, the 85X is take your fucking wife shopping vehicle, not I'm gonna fucking book free fucking Mac free off the deck hyper speed, you know, something like this, you know. Not that this would be able to do it either at that speed, but again, we're talking about basing it off the Hawk T1, you know. Actually, apparently you're going to actually get like a shopping bag situation in the 85X down the line. But this is definitely, for me, this is what I would expect. Even, you know, the Texan T1. But the problem with the Texan T1 is that the co-pilot is behind, like, low. Why I love the Hawk's design is the co-pilot is elevated. Elevated above the pilot. It's a perfect trainer low flyer idea. Obviously it doesn't have to look exactly like the Hawk T1 or be called the Hawk T1, but it's the principles within this fighter that the Royal Air Force use, because they use this for the Red Arrows. This is what the UK's flight group use. They use the Hawk T1. And obviously, like, you've got the Blue Angels that use the F8 Lightning, not the F8 Lightning, sorry, the F-18 Hornet. This is what we use, and they have done for so many years. It's just one of the best fighters for training and maneuverability. And I would just like something like this in the game, especially if they ever get rid of desync. It would be amazing to have the ability to have skins for flight teams, because they could reach out to the flight teams and say, look, is it okay if we put your colors on one of our ships with like red arrows written on the side of it, you know? And maybe we'll send 5% of the income to your charities or something like that. They could do something like this, which I think a lot of people would get involved in, because you don't necessarily have to be a low flyer to enjoy like formation flying videos and stuff. And if it was helping out the companies that, or the groups that actually do this, it'd be sick, man. I think it's a really, really good idea to bring in a training stroke, low flying. You can do it all in one package, basically. You know? Do people need to buy it? No. If you're not interested in low flying or training people, then you would never buy it. But they can make it very cheap, very small, no weapon systems, so it doesn't need to be balanced. It just needs to be balanced around speed. The problem with the Titan right now, Tardum, is it's a big giant block compared to what I'm trying to get. Like, if you think about like a two-seater M50, it's the Titan trainer just would not be good for what I'm trying to achieve, which is the ability to train somebody to fly at high speed with maneuverability. Also, where low flyers could use it for low flying and making videos. Great for camera work like what they use for Atmo and for other things. So it's basically trying to get a ship that does all these roles, that doesn't require you to do combat. Its only principle is flight. That's it. Flight, stunt flying, recording, all those things. You don't need to weaponize it. People can use it as a scout if they want to, but just make it where it's just got one shield, you know, nothing fancy. Racing trainer, yeah, exactly. But again, it works into where like racing trainer, flight trainer, low flying, recording, camera, whatever you want to be. And CIG don't need to balance it for PvP or PvE, so it means that they can make it ridiculous in mobility. And they just do not put any weapon struts on it at all. No weapon struts whatsoever. It will never have weapons on it. So they don't have to waste time balancing it for that area. And nobody will complain then. They'll be like, oh, I can't catch this fucking thing. Just make it where it can't warp very far, you know? And it requires to be refueled. Decoy bullet shield. Well, again, like, the principles about it would be is if somebody's using it to get from A to B, just make it where they can only go from planet to moon. That's the distance that it can actually warp, you know? Then it needs to be carried to go to places. Was it 4 or it was 2? You just asked for a piloted torpedo? Well, again, if you're going to suicide down the line, then 1, you'll most likely get continuously banned if you're doing it like on somebody on a pad or something like that. And 2, well, you won't be able to keep flying it, you know what I mean? Because when the insurance systems and all that jazz come into line, you know, a lot of things will change in the future. But if people are worried about it becoming a suicide ramming ship, just make it where it's so flimsy and it does no damage. Boom, there you go. Sorted. Before anyone complains and goes, oh, but that wouldn't be just a fuck, just shut the fuck up. It's meant to be fun, you know? If all you can think of is using it for a ramming technique, obviously I'm not saying that you're saying that, Sharus, but you know what I mean. Like there'll be people out there going, "Oh, I'll just use it as a bullet." Just make it where it fucking disintegrates the moment it touches another ship. Done, sorted. CIG can easily do that. Just give it where it's got no HP whatsoever. The moment it has a little prang, it explodes or it loses a wing or something like that. It's very easy to get around any of these mechanics, to be honest. Whole ship is comfort zone. Yeah, because I mean, if you look at racing cars, like, racing cars are very, very impressive, actually. And we're talking about, like, F1 cars, where the car disintegrates around the pilot. Or driver, whatever you want to call it, and they've got obviously their roll cage, and well, it's not really a roll cage, it's a roll bar that goes at the back of their head kind of thing, because obviously to keep the aerodynamics going and all that jazz. But you know what I mean, the cars disintegrate around them so that there's hardly any things like bouncing around. So CIG could easily make it where it's just very, very flimsy. You know, pilot will be able to eject kind of thing, yeah. Yeah, because then you once you bounce that, Sharus, you don't ever have to come back to it, you know what I mean? It would be a complete ship right from the go. You make it where it's just, you know, bounced around, not having like an instant claim time, a very small QT tank so it can't warp very far. Make it where obviously, you know, it can fly from A to B with like hydrogen and stuff like that. So it's just literally used for the purpose, and people go, oh, because then people would be like, oh, I'll just use an M50 to use as a bullet then, and you know what I mean, and ram people with it, because I've got more chance of actually doing these things. And again, it just gives a training ship, a low-flying ship, a category that, like I said, you can see here. You literally can see here. Let me bring it up. Let's see, come on now. You know, you got 1, 2, 3, it 3 just now? 4. 4 people in the Star Citizen category low flying or doing that kind of stuff, you know? Maybe more people will come online, you know what I mean? It's a great idea to get a ship, like, we've got racing ships, yes, but we don't have a stunt ship or a stunt plane that is just designed around to be very, very mobile, doesn't need to have weapons, because the moment that you add a weapon platform on it, it means that you've got to balance it for another area that maybe it was never designed for, so. Market it as like $50-$60 and bring out racing skins for it and stuff like that, you know? They still don't have a way to save a panel layout in the cockpit. That requires like pretty much full persistence, Mr. B, for if you're talking about MFDs pre-set up because the ship isn't reclaimed. The thing is, this ship is a brand new ship, so you would have to set up. Now if I landed this ship and left the game for a couple of days and came back, it would have persistent MFDs, but we don't have that ability just yet. They said that they need the actual server whatever to actually be in the game, and it's just not in just yet. Well, the funny thing is, there actually is a few low flyers in CIG, like Luca, CIG, K Winter. They've done videos in the past with that kind of stuff, so I just don't understand, because the weirdest thing for me was, there was one CitizenCon where Chris Roberts promoted Tirada. He was like, you know, go and fly like Tirada kind of style, and they never made a low-flying ship after that, you know what I mean? You promote a low flyer at a CitizenCon whilst live, but then you don't follow up with a quick ship to make some money, you know? And I generally do believe there's enough income out of it to do some concepts from it. Because I'm pretty sure there's a lot of people out there that have no interest in PvP but just love flying around, and maybe they want to be able to carry their friend at high speed and all that jazz, you know? Hey Jod. Been a while since here, I got to say, a little bit of meat on you, looks insanely good. Well, I'm trying to lose more weight actually. You look really good with beard. I love my beard, but thank you, I appreciate that, yeah. We had it a lot longer, where it was like, down to maybe about here, but I just don't like it long. I kind of like this way, you know. No sus, of course. It's fine. I'll take any compliment, even if people say like you've put on weight. I have, like, my face is a lot more fatter just now, but I'm going to purely put that on depression and stress. I'm trying to solve that by drinking a lot more water and doing a lot more fitness right now and eating more vegetables. So I will look a little bit lighter shortly. Also, I'm very poor just now, so I'm only having like 1 meal a day. The Arrow is the best low flyer in the game. But you know what would be kind of cool? If they didn't want to do some other thing, make a 2-seater Arrow that doesn't have the turret or the weapon things. There's the training ship that I need. Just take the Arrow, take away the turret, which would be that Corvaria, and then put in a second seat that would sit perfectly elevated back. You can literally see it here. You could have a second seat in this area here. Take away the turret, take away the weapons, boom. That's all I ask for, you know? If they don't want to make another ship, just use the Arrow. I'm completely fine with that as well. Arrow variant R, yeah. Just, it has to have it where the weapon systems are taken away, and then crush the fuel tank, the quantum tank, down by half, so it can't do any like microtech to Crusader warps. It can only like bounce like through truck shops. Appreciate that, Judd. Welcome in. Curious then, what are good low-flying ships Right now I'm trying to get CIG to fix the M50 in Atmosphere because it has like a bug and stuff, but Arrow, the Gladius is really good in low flying. The problem is it's just really slow. You can use the Buccaneer, but again, the Buccaneer is just a weird one to learn fly. Your 100 series are really good. The Merlin series are really good, but obviously you require somebody to carry. Talon is really good. Anything that's generally, you know, light-based works really well. Hornet is shit. Saber is really good fun. It's very, very fast. The problem is it does not turn at high speed. And obviously it's a much bigger ship compared to what you get from like Arrows and Co. So, again, it just really kind of... I always say the Arrow's the cheapest to get. But obviously if like you got 100 series, like if you got a 125 and that's your starter ship, if you put it in a category of starter ship, that works really well. I just don't like the strafe on it, that's all. I'm just not a fan of the strafe, but its speed is fantastic. And its banking is really good as well. The other thing with, well, for me with the Talon, why I dislike it is purely because the visibility of the cockpit is more like blinkered narrow like this instead of allowing you, because for me I like the ability to, Toby not working? Oh, Toby's doing some weird shit. What's wrong with you? Oh. Like having a heart attack or something. Give me a sec, guys. It might be that the hub is not turned on. Let me go and check. Maybe this... Oh, that's actually turned off. I had this problem the other day there. Well, it wasn't actually the other day, it was a while back. What's wrong with you? Up. I think it's just having a heart attack. No, there it is, it's working. So what is... This is so sluggish. Like, really sluggish. Yeah, it's like not doing anything. Look at it, it's like doing something, but not doing something. Interesting. Oh no, that's not even moving. What's on the go? The Twitch plugin is working? Yes, but it's not working in Star Citizen. Which is... Also, this is... It's almost like, it's disabled in Star Citizen for some reason. Look at this, like it's so slow. It's really fucked. I'm gonna disable Ghost. Wonder if Ghost is like draining it or something. No, I got like no head movement. Ugh. Always fucking memes with this game. Alright, let's bring it up here. This is so slow. But yeah, see it's working. But look at that, it's taking ages to turn off. There. You know what, I'm just gonna quickly reboot. That will probably be better than me fighting with this. It'll literally take me a split second. Let me just reboot it.
Credits received. Thank you for your
Yo,
monetary
thank you very much
support.
for the 25. Sorry I missed that. Dude, get some steak on you, maybe share with the dogs. I'll appreciate it. I'll pay the bills first, though. But thank you. Did you sneeze on the sensor? No, it's very clean, Ryan. It's very clean. I don't know. It's just, I think Toby's like just being weird right now. A racer stunt ship with no quantum drive that would be spawned at a surface outpost could work. Well, technically, down the line, you're not going to be able to spawn ships at outposts. It's only meant to be like land vehicles there and stuff like that. It's only done it for the time being, so. What does the Twitch plugin do? It basically just allows me to have the systems to run in the background where you guys can see where my eyes are looking, but it's not on my screen at the same time, if you know what I mean. Right, let's load it up, boys. Let's load it up. Let me get some fucking apps running that I need to have running. I'll take this off as well. Ooh, got a bit of a hot head, chat. Ooh, give me a 2 6, guys. Right. That Nord Pass. Remember to get involved in the giveaways, guys. !April. Lots of swag, courtesy of CIG. Every week this month, we have some juicy things for you. Right, loading up Discord. I'll get all the standard apps that I need running on the PC, and then we'll see what's going on. Right. Okay, so that's that. Let's load up launcher. I'll go into Arena Commander first before I actually waste time on the universe. Hey Ondo, good morning to you, dude. Hope you had a good weekend. I'm hoping so. I generally don't think we're gonna get a patch till Tuesday. I feel on that because I know that K Winter wants to sort out things with like the ESP and jazz like that. So I personally would wait. I kind of feel like they should wait before rolling out things, but who knows, you know? Who knows? Thank you for a love on the retweet today, guys. I appreciate it. ! Retweet if you want to get involved. Lots of things, commands, all those jazz. So yeah, I'll go into quickly Arena Commander and just make sure the Toby. Oh no, that's not the right way. Was it the right way? Kind of feel like I clicked Star Marine. Oh, I did. Arena Commander here. I mean, actually, Star Marine would probably have worked as well. Single player. We'll just do free flight. Launch game. Let's see if this works. Come on, Toby. Come on. It's funny when tech works one day. Oh, it's not working. It's literally not working. It does this weird thing where it's not turning the head. What the fuckery, like? And I've done nothing. Am I gonna have to reinstall this fucking shit again, man? I swear to God, like. Yeah, it's literally not picking up. It's so weird. Oh man, let's see if I go here. Right? I'm right beside it. No. Move this. Yeah, you can move that. See, it's so weird. It's just not activating in Star Citizen whatsoever. Can they please fix this damn menu? Right. Let's fucking turn it off. Oh, you sure you want to quit the Toby experience, don't you? Listen, man. Quit. Get rid of you. Let's get rid of this. Hey, Tough. How you doing, Chief? Why are you... Where is it here? I've got it. Toby experience. I'll do a... Oh, this is like taking ages, man. What the fuck is going on? I'm gonna quickly check out the Toby area support, see if anyone's talking about it. I have to just quickly reinstall it. I remember we had to do this last time to get it to work. This is so slow, like really slow. Like you can see it's working. The problem is when you turn it off, it's delayed, like really delayed. Like the program is just so fucking slow. That's working, you know? To move my head. It's just so slow. Ridiculously slow. But it's working. That's the weird thing. I think it's the actual application. I'm gonna download it and redo this quickly. Because again, it's working. The device is working. I think it's the app, the software that is buggered. Yeah. Alright. Give me like 2 minutes, guys. We'll just keep chatting until then. I'm gonna quickly do this. I'm gonna uninstall it from the Windows website. Library. Where do we go? We go here, don't we? Delete, delete. Where are you? Toby, 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 Toby. Yeah. Uninstall. I'll get the latest one off their website. Yes, I would like to uninstall it. Automatically. We'll have to reboot this PC again because it's just how it works. Right, that's Toby gone. Let me quickly download Toby. Toby Gaming. Tracker 5. Let's get the software for it. There's no way I'm playing Star Citizen without head tracking, so you're just gonna have to deal with the wait. Download driver. Right, that's downloading now. 72 megabytes. Boop. Boop. Yeah, I think we'll we'll most likely get the patch. I mean, if we're lucky, we'll get it tonight. I think it's gonna be tomorrow, personally. Right, I'm just quickly rebooting the gaming rig. How's everyone's weekend? Again, thank you very much for the support, guys, on the retweet, donations, the gifted subs. Actually, has it been gifted subs? Or has it just been subs? No, just subs. Just subs. Bits. Appreciate you all. Thank you so much, guys. Morning, Revise. If anyone's just jumping into the channel, right now, Toby Tracker is just not running, so I'm quickly rebooting my PC, reinstalling the software. The device is working fine. The software is really laggy, and it just doesn't seem to be working in Star Citizen. So, quick reinstall, see if that's the case, and yeah, we'll be right back to it. Rather do this now than figure out this down the line. Turbo Life Gaming, good day to you guys. Good day. Hope you're all well, safe, all that jazz. If anyone has any questions, stuff like that, whilst we're quickly powering through a reinstall, let me know. Ask away, ask away, ask away. Downloads. I don't need a Twitch test. Toby Tracker. Installing Toby Tracker. It was working perfectly yesterday. Ondo, the device, we've done a test, is working fine. The problem is it's just the software is really, really laggy. So they might have things going on in the background. They're doing an update or something like that. So I am literally just going to redo it all. You know what I mean? So it's just installing itself just now. I'm going to set up the display. Yeah, the software is running so much faster now after the reinstall. Yeah. That's weird. And that turns on. Oh wait, it looks like it just crashed. No, it's not. Let me just do all the other things I have to do in the background. I'll show you guys what I'm up to. Yeah, I mean, like, they've got this gig starting on Thursday, Ondo, so they may be doing some updates, you know, because they've got the Toby Ghost that allows streamers to connect their eyes to Twitch and all that jazz, so it might just be where they're doing tests just now and it's just having a knock-on effect, because most of their software isn't just on your PC, it's actually, you know, connected where it automatically updates. But I am just quickly bringing up my systems here. Gilded. Yeah, so here. This now is a lot faster to react than it was. So I'll see here. Again, you can see the device is working. Working absolutely fine. But it was previously quite sluggish, so I'll just do a calibration. Calibration is working fine. Beautiful. Successful. Kick in the sides? Yeah. It's just strange. Absolutely strange. So that works. We've got our software. I'm not going to run Ghost just yet. Let's go back into Star Citizen now. And see if it works or not. And if it doesn't work, I'm going to get onto their the ambassador area and say to them, hey, look, just to let you guys know that I've reinstalled it and it's fucked. It's fucked. Because it's calibrating fine, it's just not working in Star Citizen. What have you done? Why have you broken it? Within 12 hours, how have you broken it? Because again, like, flawlessly yesterday, like, it was working lovely. Do do do. Oh, I need to sort that as well. I want to have this where it does it like longer, as in it doesn't come back every minute. I need to make an adjustment on that one. But we'll quickly do this first. Please work. I don't want to have to fight with this all day. I don't think anyone wants to fight with these things.
Crusader Industries, a journey worth taking. Systems on.
Literally not working in Star Citizen. It's not working in Star Citizen. What the utter fuckery have they done? Yeah, it's dead, like, it just will not read. I wonder... I'm interested to see if the gaze is working. I've got multiple keybinds in there. Back up your user folder and try a new one? Yeah, that's a good point, we can try that. Let's quickly do that. Hey Sunshine, how you doing, Chief? I'm gonna delete this. Again, I can go to track R as a backup. We have that ability. I really don't want to have to do all my settings again, though. I mean, it wouldn't take me that long. Which one is the prawn folder? I don't have any, dude. It's a great thing with just going to a website these days. No, I have two. I gave one to Moist Noodle. But I've got two. Yeah, I bought two at the time. I always buy things in two. I'm like Noah's Ark. What was that? No, I don't want VoIP. Or FOP, whatever it's called. VoIP. Yeah. For mating purposes, yeah. It's the same as I've got two joysticks, two keyboards, two mice, you know what I mean? I'm a content creator. If anything breaks like this, you know, this is where like I need two Tobys. But it's not Toby, it's software related, you know. The hardware is working perfectly fine. Now we've just got to narrow down why it's not working in live. Or I should really have loaded up PTU. If it had worked in PTU and not in live, that would have been weird. Redundancy backups are always a good idea, yeah. This is taking forever to load. It's actually not loading. It's dead. Fucking hate easy cheat. I really do. Such a shit service. It's one of these days. It's Monday, man. You gotta expect it, you know. We'll get there. It's not like I'm in a rush to play live. If this was like, if PTU was patched and working, I'd be a bit more miffed, but you know. Been no Windows update, no. No Windows update. Oh my god, what the hell has happened there? It's a tiny little screen! I wonder if I can play Star Citizen on this. My goodness. Look at that beautiful resolution. God, it's so small. It's like draining my internet as well. What the fuck, CIG? Like, what the utter fuck? Right, let's just get this off. Where are you? Where are you? There we go. Yeah. We have borderless? Yeah, that's right, let's do this. Oh yeah, we gotta go here. Gonna try and get exactly the same settings as I can for this. It was like that, and it's like 15. I'll do. I need a button for it. What is it? That's here. What's it under? It's under here. VoIP head tracking. Right. Well, time for me to get in bed. I hope you get your issue with Toby sorted out. I hate random tech users. It's so good. Yeah, it's working. Fuck's sake. Shit!
Systems on.
It's my fucking user folder. No! No! Anything but that! No! I don't want to have to do it all over again. Alright, let's try and figure this one out then. Couple mode toggle. HOTAS invert. G-safe on. I don't know. I wonder
Twitch
where it
Prime
is,
sub
like.
received. Generous and
Hey,
clever.
Jack, thank you very
Bravo.
much. The very free. How you doing, Chief? Might not be a keybind, but only the attribution file. Yeah, that's actually true. Right. Before I do that, let's have a look. We're doing some detective work now. Where is Toby saved in this? Yes, there's nothing in that folder. Debug. Oh no, wait. Edit with notepad. Right, so that's nothing. Profiles, default actions. Right, there's nothing in here. Nothing in here. Ah. Right. Okay. So, what else do we have in this one? This is all the ESP stuff as well. So there is the Toby profile gaze. This is built into it as well. Winded mode. Have a look at here. Yeah, see, this has got a lot more information in it that I just don't want to have to do. I wonder if I delete the Toby stuff. Oh my god, this is gonna take me fucking ages. Oh shit! The Toby stuff is not in it. That's why. Maybe. Oh no, this is action maps. Fuck. Whoops. There's the head tracking and all that jazz. We got preset for resolution. Ooh.
Raiders
Why is it
detected.
resolution?
Welcome and enjoy your
Hey,
stay.
Dark, thank you very much for that, dude. How was your stream today, my man? Cheers for that. I appreciate that. This has resolution 21. This has resolution 20. Unless there's something different on the go. Sorry guys, we're trying to figure out why Toby is working in something and not... Oh, this is missing, like... so many things. Like, it's insane. I can do the Toby stuff. I can do them. Yeah, you know what? We're gonna... Yeah, I have an idea here. So This one has hint status, we're fine. Profile, that's fine. I need to copy this across. Because that's my save views. We're going to do the controls. So this would be there. Default actions, active filters. What's in active filters?
Captain, multiple Class 2 status updates in
Holy
progress.
mother of gypsy danger, Mr. Tuvo. Thank you very much for the 5 bomb. I appreciate that. How you doing, sir? How is the floof? How is it? Right, so we're not going to do active filters. We're going to just let the game create that one. Default. This has action maps, attributes, hint status. We're going to leave this just now because we're going to redo this. I think the longest thing that's going to take me is controls to get down. So we'll copy controls and we'll see if controls are affecting it. Right? I'm going to preload everything in. That's going to be over there, isn't it? Yes, let's like that. I'm going to just leave that just now. Load the game up again. I'll quickly do the basic settings to get through the day and stuff. Want to unlock your badge? Oh my god, you got another badge? What badge is that? 577 in the channel? Holy shit. I forgot that you went a bit ham on the old gift subs from the past. Right, at least we know now. It's something to do with Toby. In whatever I've configured, which is so strange. How the hell did that affect it? Like, makes no sense. Hey Xander. Holy mother of gypsy ninja. I'm gonna steal that, thanks. You're welcome. Hope your stream is great. We're having a bit of a technical issue, Dark. Oh wait. Where Toby wasn't working, and then when I deleted my user folder, it was working. So I kind of have to now go and quickly redo all my settings. But luckily for me, I saved my control profile, so that should be instant. I need to just quickly dial in some settings. It shouldn't take me that long to get that running. Like 5-10 minutes, guys, and we'll be in game. At least we know it works. It's now just trying to find out what caused it to stop working. I'm wondering if it is actually my control settings, because that's going to be very interesting. But we'll find out right now when I get in here. Single player, free flight, launch the game. Did you turn it off and on again? We did actually, that was the first thing I did. It's the first thing I did. So, I have the ability to move my head. Awesome. Now.
Systems on.
Rebind. If I do main, will it work? It works. Awesome. Awesome. Got my controls in. It works. So, it has to be something to do with here. Has to be. Medium, medium, high. Let's put that to medium. Don't really want that. I want that on high. I need to see these high. Field of view. We'll need to sort this. That requires a shutdown. VSync off. Sharpening. I don't want to see this shit. I don't want to see that shit. This goes down to 40. Because for some reason, a few patches back, they made it crazy. Audio. Sound effects. We'll do 80. Speech volume. I leave these at 50. 50. 50 just now. Yeah, full range. Headphones, high. Combat music, no. No audio strike on that, none that. Graphics, we've got them off. Right, straight to the bottom here. Get emissions displayed, yes. Show contact distance, yes. Show neutral contact plates, yes. Yes. Far view, show party nameplates, yes, yes. Combat shake, off. G-force head movement, off. Pilot driver turret automatically enable target padlock. Don't know what the fuck that is. Not changing any of those settings. Look ahead enabled. No. Let's just have that off. Look ahead enabled. No. We don't want it. Enable auto zoom on locked target. No. Overflow disabled. Enabled. Use. What is this? Use loop directory. I guess it's that. Locked show trails. Yes. Name, distance, heading. Yes. Pip reticle. Lead. Crosshairs. Yes. Arm missile count can loop. No. Or should I? Oh, armed missile count can loop. Oh yeah. Actually, I want that. Gimbal manual. Look ahead direction. It's fine. I don't really use these. Don't change that. Zone ESP. I don't use these. Pilot vector fading. Always on. Because I want my TVI to always be there. Dead zones. Visible mouse. We've got that. Reset there. Good. Controls. Let's see if they're matching. Because I obviously uploaded my profiles. 15. Bingo. Microphone volume there. Mute microphone. Yes. I don't really touch that. I don't use VoIP. I don't have it set up. Let's do this. This. We're down there. I massively need to go to the toilet right now. 10, 2. Yes. We're going to quickly mimic this. So that would be that. There. There. I think it's 15 I have it. Pretty sure. I have it saved somewhere. Yes. Right. We are cookie. Does it still... What the fucking hell is going on with that? Well, that doesn't look healthy, but that's one problem we'll come across in the future. Head tracking still working. Let's cut the game down, because I need to do a manual FOV change. Save these lovely settings. Let's delete that. Get rid of that user folder. Get rid of it. It's useless. However, I need to get my data drive open, because what I like to do is go to Star Citizen, live, not data here, user folder, client 0, profiles default, and let's copy this in here and replace all of them for just now. Then we're going to quickly go into attributes, and we're going to do FOV. Now this is your standard maximum FOV they do. I do 70. A lot of people do 75, but I think it's like really wishy-washy. It looks silly. 70 I feel is like the best FOV in the game. Let's replace that. Boom. Done. Gonna exit the launcher. We'll quickly delete all that trash. Get out. Relaunch the game. Let's see if it works. Hey, Husker. Good afternoon to you. Is it afternoon? Yeah, it's the afternoon. On a devil's advocate note, it might be not be one of your settings directly, but a corporate corruption on your profile. That's very true, actually, Sharus. It could be. However, luckily for me, I've not done all my settings, because there's some things I like to show people when they ask, like the free thing. However, I've got those settings saved on Gilded with an image, so I'll do that another time. I just want to get into the game for you guys and not dilly-dally, since we've been fucking around trying to find this. But at least we found out the issue, that it's nothing to do with my Toby tracker. It's just literally, like you said, some corruption somewhere. So to be honest, a brand new user folder flush out is probably a good thing anyway for the future, you know. I'll probably actually do that in the PTU one. No, why? No, camera detected, enable VoIP. Alright, fuck you. I'll just enable it just so I don't have to deal with your nonsense. Oh, it didn't even save my resolution. Interesting. It didn't save any of the settings. Interesting, chat. Let's see if it saved anything. Because the resolution has been reset. I might have to manually do it. What about here? It's literally defaulted my settings again. It's defaulted, it's not saving. Where would it save if you deleted user? What do you mean, Danger Hobo? That's interesting, it's not saving settings. Now, let's try something here, since this is not working. Remember, I copied over to my data drive, right? So let's put stars in here. I might just bring from PTU as well. I have that option. User, client, 0, profiles, defaults, attributes. Let's see what's here. FOV is at 55. It's literally done a reset. It's done its own reset. Maybe this is what fucked in the process. However, because I'm a smart bastard, I saved all the files before I loaded up the game. The question would be are these correct? These are correct. So again, apart from this one, copy, paste these in. The problem will be is if it fucks up Star Citizen. Let's see if it loads correctly now. I'm doing very well, Gabriel. Welcome in. Save it, the file read only maybe, used to this kind of stuff in other games. Yeah, that will be the next step. STCram, how you doing today, Chief? It's weird that it completely reset it within a split second. Like, it's almost like easy cheat fucked it, or like reset it or something like that. Back to Twitch. Yeah. What's your modification on the XML nonsense? Actually good if you're not using the modified, it can mess up. Oh, you mean changing the FOV in the XML file? Yeah, you can do that. Yeah. CIG whitelisted that one. They whitelisted it because right now they've only got it like set up to sort of things. But anyway, we've got it working. That's my settings back in. So strange that it fucking resets it all. So again, we'll go into Arena Commander because I don't want to get into the PU and find it's broken. Let's see if it all works. Again, free flight, launch. Did it happen in game? So basically we went into the game and Toby Tracker wasn't working. Toby Tracker is working. Right. Keep all binding. Let's quickly look here. Yeah. I'm pretty certain it saved it. Yeah. So there we go. Right. I'm gonna quickly go for a bio break as we get into a server. At least I know now that if the game decides to wipe, I have the files here that are perfect. So if this gets fucked up or corrupted, all I have to do is move these back in and it works. This is why you always make backups of backups and backups of backups. Just to make sure that you've got a backup. And stuff. Final point V4. Yeah. Right. I'll quickly do this. I'm going to go for a quick bio break. Enjoy the music. And yeah, then we'll get rocking into it, guys. Oh, yeah, get involved in the giveaway. Exclamation mark April. Do it. Do it. Alright. Beautiful. Whew. Oh, hello. Let's just see if it works in this. Yay! Oh my god. How much stress level did that add on? Like, an hour. An hour of stress. Oh. Whoop-de-doo. I'm not even gonna bother looking. Oh, that's on. That's not good. Let's get that off. Yeah. Need that. That should be. That should sort it. Oops. Damn it. Just check this. Right, cool. It's disabled for third person. I really don't like the head tracking movement thing in third person. It's so weird. Zip those backups into a new folder? Yeah, exactly. Put it on a DAT drive. Store the DAT drive underground. Yeah, I know exactly how to do backups. I'll be, I put my Star Citizen settings on, tiny USB drive. It's like, a 2 gig, like, USB stick. But obviously I have a hard copy on the external system as well. DAT drives. Man, you know, people still use DAT drives. It's like still a legit system. Ooh. Actually, you know what I want to do? I think I want to change the weapons on these. Yeah, I'm gonna change the weapons. I think I got the weapons. Looking forward to being able to move components in 3.17. I think it's gonna be pretty sick, like yeah, like being able to move your components around in 3.17 is pretty sweet. I know in the last patch, obviously, they made it where you had to go to places, so we had like the whole of 3.16.1 where you had to do it. And I understand why they didn't have it available, but I'm so glad that in 3.17 we're actually going to be able to move things around. And then I hope by like 3.18 they get it to where they get the ability to do like Space Amazon where we can trade with people modules. I don't know if they will in time or not, you know. Secret code, anyone? It's secret. The secret code is at the start of the show and the end of the show. So if you check out the first like 5 minutes of this VOD, Marshall, it'll have a code sort of like in the far right. Fuck, I'll just show you. So, you can see there, every day, that is the previous day's code at the start of show, and you'll see the same area at the end of the show will be the current day's one, you know? So, all you have to do is go through the VODs, you'll see a code there. The code at the start of the show is the previous day's one, and at the end of the show is the current day's one. And then obviously that code moves to the start of next VOD and stuff like that. I was actually thinking about, after this week, I'll probably just do the code at the end of the show, so people just need to check the end of the VODs, you know what I mean? I think that will happen after this setup. Or I might just do that actually starting tomorrow. There won't be a code at the start of the show. It'll just always be the current day's one is at the end of the show. So it means you don't need to watch any of the show if you don't want to. You just go and watch the VOD if you want the code. It makes it... Yeah, actually that's probably a lot easier. And less confusing to explain. Because you'll still give me a view. You know, at the end of the day, I don't want to force people to actually watch my show just for giveaways and shit like that. I think it's kind of cringe. So I'll just make it where it's at the end starting tomorrow. That makes it so much easier for everyone. Right, can I sit in the cockpit and move my head? Oh yes.
Clear to launch.
However, it feels... maybe I'm not saying right. Might need to dial the settings in on the old
Landing gear raised. Is now on. Bottom door is now on.
Yeah, so starting tomorrow, the code will only be at the end of the video. This will make it so much easier for people. Then I don't need to do any weird configuring and stuff like that. You know what I mean? Arms dealer gameplay? Yeah, exactly. Exactly.
Bottom door is now on.
At least we get to finally fucking have a fly. The good thing is Shubin's up as well. So all this falafel has actually allowed me to get straight into Shubin, which is good. Which is good. Alright. Oh, I never did the shit up there. Fuck, I'll do that later. I'll do it later. Screw it. I was gonna change it to where this thing doesn't appear as much, so it doesn't annoy people. Let me get a fly in. Oh, wait. Proximity.
Bottom door.
Oh, good. Just. Actually have to tone the tracking down. It's a little bit hypersensitive actually. Yeah. Give me 2 secs. I'll put cruise on. It's just this. Yeah, it's better. And it's a little bit juiced. Maybe it was bugged yesterday then. Maybe that's what the corruption is. 'Cause that was the only setting we changed yesterday and it was working, but it wasn't like... This feels way more looser than it was yesterday. even a bit, still more sensitive, you know? I quite like it, it's like a fucking roller coaster. Strange there. Hey, brothers, welcome in, Chief. Yeah, that was really strange. This might be way too sensitive, actually. Which means that it's been broken for a bit. These are the fine. It's the roll. If I said something weird, like... They're all fine. Is it this? Oh, that's not it. Really strange. Like, roll is hyper sensitive. Look at that shit. It's actually doing it like automatically. What? I barely have to touch. Maybe it's the driver, because obviously we've got the latest Toby, so maybe it's just super sensitive now. I don't know, like it feels mental. I like it, but it's mental. It's like super, like crazy. I can only think it's this. Like, or maybe we go this. I mean, look, Gilded. Gilded will have my previous settings. Let's look into this shit. What did I actually have to have? It's weird. It's like I am on some fucking roller coaster head right now. Gaming, information, head tracking guides. Yeah, that's free. It was on 15. It was on 10 there. That's on as well. Alright, good to know. So this one is on. The fuck is up with it? Like, what's mental? It's like a roller coaster. So every time I fucking roll, the head is automatically doing it what I need it to do without me doing it to though. So it feels like the character is on like a fucking roll cage and it's throwing off my flight because it's like hypersensitive. So when I turn my head to do what I need it to do, it's already done it beforehand. And I don't know what's wrong. I don't know if it's because I've reinstalled Toby and maybe it's just updated, or there was a natural corruption with the file like previously. And this is what the settings are, because I've not obviously deleted user folder on live for a while, so I don't know. It'll take me a wee while to get used to it, but it's literally like whilst I'm flying, I'm in a cockpit that is doing this inside the ship. It's so bizarre. For the roll, no, I literally have all my original settings for roll movement. It just feels like I'm in a roll cage inside the ship. And I don't know what it is. I might need to restart. I mean, it's pretty funky. It's just, my flight is massively off because of it. Because the game's doing the head before I do the head. So when I apply my head, it just makes it like, see, look at that shit. It's fucking mental. I don't have offset, so that's good. I wonder if it's something to do with the center stabilization. I'm gonna put center up to 20. So these are all my normal settings. There's nothing here, is there? Enable roll in seats. Yeah, that's fine. We won't roll. We won't roll. We just don't want offset. Why are you hyper-focused? Oh wait, that's a little bit better. It's not doing it as action, so it's the center stabilization. That's what it is. So we had it on 10 and we've just moved it to 20. Let's try, we'll put it back to 15. Yeah, that's it. It's the center stabilization. It was letting go fully. And it's still a bit jittery here, like. We'll see how this run goes.
You are clear to launch.
I mean, it's kind of cool, but you just feel like the pilot's chair is rolling whilst your head rolls, basically, you know? It's not to do with the sensitivity of it, Jaws. It's Toby has this cool thing where it auto centers, so the moment that your head is straight and normal, it locks it so that the character doesn't move in game. And what was happening is, as the ship was moving, it was letting go of that, so it felt like you're inside this roll. You know, you're going, instead of like this, basically. See how it's barely moving? It was doing this whilst I fucking rolled without moving my head, and that's what was throwing me off. Now it's kind of, you can see there, I really have to move my head into a roll to actually make it do something. Even then, it's quite... We might have to actually turn the roll sensitivity down. Let me just cruise and do this. Might have to turn roll down. So this would be the sensitivity of roll. Let's put this at 1. Please give me 1. There you go. Said you definitely need an options where you can just type in the number you actually need. Alright, let's try this. Yeah, that's a lot stiffer.
Quantum drive is now.
That's... It gives us the roll, but it's not like fucking doing that at hyperspeed. That's a little bit better. Yeah. Alright. No more roll cage. Mount from Munsetech? I don't have a mount from Munsetech for Toby. Just need to refine it. Yeah, it's weird. It's almost like my previous settings have been corrupted, and that's what caused it. This is... You know, this feels less... Like, that's as far as I can go, basically. And it's not like I'm gonna tilt my head upside down, so... We'll try... Yeah, you know what, we'll do this. Do that. Hey, Breaking Patience, thank you to that, dude. I appreciate that. Alright. Let's see how this works. Because that was so weird. It was literally, the only way I could describe it was the ship. Oh, we're getting targeted. Ah, jeez. Here we go. A Sabra. Interesting. Cannon-built saber. Alright, we'll save this song. We'll see what goes here. Firing missiles. Okay. Engage battle music. Oh, we got that. It's not working? Yeah. More missiles. Oh, let's go. Let's trade off. Doesn't help I had cruise control on at the beginning. Bad saber pilot like. Very interesting. very, very interesting. Not falling for the normal tricks. We'll play it this way, like. Backwards. If I did. Violence brings violence. Good saber pilot. Really good saber pilot. But when he was out of afterburner, he couldn't turn it afterwards. And that's where we got the advantage on it. Quickly get a repair in. Yeah, that was definitely a good fight with that saber. Saber's amazing in atmosphere for keeping up with things, but the moment the afterburner is gone on the saber, it pancakes out, and that was what I was waiting for. Because it's got a very, very big afterburner boost, so it's just whittling it down. Because I'm not confident enough yet to take on pilots, so I'll use strategy over flight and aim. So I just had to wait for the their AB to be out, and that was it. Yeah, that's good. Again, really good fight. Very impressive to see a saber pilot that actually can fly in atmosphere. Normally they just pancake out and just flop and die. There was a wee bit of back strafing in there, but to be fair, I would probably have done the same when dealing with an arrow. But yeah, that was really, really, really good. I loved that fight. And I have to give props for not spamming missiles as well. Love to see that shit. A proper fucking dogfight. I might be going the wrong direction, but we'll see. I'll go high to just quickly check. Hey, AR. How you doing, Chief? Where we at? We're shivering. Alright, yeah, I'm in the wrong way. There they are. That's what I want. Thank you, Murdoch. Jaws, appreciate that. Yeah, I'm very rusty at PvP, so I will use tactics over just vaporizing kind of skill. I definitely got the head tracking sorted now. It's not doing the weird roll. Rough there. Oh, we're dead. Yeah. Overshooting a bit. I definitely think we got things dialed in. Head tracking feels good. I'm trying out my trainers today on instead of using my boots for the pedals, so it's going to be a little bit let's turn that off. A little bit dodgy, I think. So I do apologize if it looks like a little bit janky. Instead of using my boots, I'm using trainers today just to be a bit more comfortable. My work VPN really hates Twitch, such a pain to watch on work laptop. I'm sorry, dude, but maybe one day we'll be doing YouTube and Twitch at the same time, so all good. It really seems like you have enough skill. I don't know why you say that. Cause I've not played in 60 days, Jaws. So I've got muscle memory and knowledge of game, but my aim is very, very off right now. I missed a lot of bursts on that saber, which I had to recover from. If I had been like with me out of a break, that saber would have definitely died half the time. Even with the competent saber pilots, just I missed so much aim, and I had to recover my shields because obviously 4 neutrons is still very like if I'm not able to kill the person, 4 neutrons will kill me. So we had to do the move away, get the shields up, regain, get back into emerge, use it, learn from it kind of deal. So I'm only 4 days back. We've just recently reset my settings as well, and I'm wearing different shoes. I know that might sound weird to people, but my boots feel a lot better on the pedals. I may swap them out because I've never used trainers on the pedals. And I don't have a heel to kind of like, you know, they're just flats. I don't have a heel to get on the pedals and hook it, so... Yeah, wonky. Could have been a lot more cleaner. But the Saber guy was really, really good. Like, for being able to dogfight an arrow in atmosphere, he kept with going in for that big circle instead of trying to push on things, so it was really nice. Legion, welcome in. You seem like you have more flying skills than Avenger 1. Flying, yeah, flying. Avenger 1 would have better aiming than me. Yeah. Flying, definitely. I would probably say even Avenger would admit that one. Avenger 1's really, really good at aiming, and he's also got the, he's really good at strategizing on the fly, or actually having a fight pre-made out in his head before he actually engages. Like, he's going to do this, he's going to do that. So yeah, it's always a good thing to have, like, different pilots use their strengths. Like, the thing is, if I had a fucking aim like a lot of other people with the way that I fly, I would love to see how deadly that would be. But I need to have Arena Commander in a state where it's really happy for me to go in, because again, the fastest way I'm going to learn to do like better aiming is Arena Commander. So I'm hoping 3.17 without this, or with the desync changes, it'll allow me to actually go in.
Welcome
And
enjoy your
get into.
stay.
Hey Skyborn, welcome in, Chief. How was your show? Thank you so much for bringing community over. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Michael TheDarkLaw. I was gonna say morning, but it's afternoon. Good afternoon to you. Welcome. Thank you so much for that, my man. I know Avenger is a crack shot, but he really knows the ins and outs of most fighters. I think his flying is mediocre at best. Yeah, again, I would completely agree with you. Avenger 1 is... he's got a crack shot, crack aim, and he understands the game. That's his strength. Is he the best evasive pilot? No. Like, I'm pretty sure he would admit this as well to people. Like, generally his flight just looks generic, but he understands it, and if you understand the game, that is a huge strength. For me, and he spends a lot more time in space, so my method is more like traditional aerial combat, where I would rather get somebody into 1 and 2 circles and make them drain out their afterburner before I push in and do certain things. So, you know, everyone has their strengths. I'm more atmosphere bound. I would say Avenger 1 is more space bound, you know, Arena Commander and stuff like that. But I would like to get into Arena Commander and actually learn some things, get my aim better up, but that will come in time. I'm only 4 days back in, and I've always been somebody that works on their flight over their aim. So once I've got my flight into the happy spot, I'll spend some time, a couple of days in Arena Commander, getting royally violated by other players. It should be learn or die at that stage, if I don't get better. If not, I might just, you know, ask a few people I know that are really good in PvP and be like, can you give me any pointers, you know? But I generally think if I just lock horns with the best PvPers, my aim will improve. Will I kill them? No. But my aim will improve over stress, and I think that'll be a good thing. Yeah, well that's why I'm not gonna go into Arena Commander until the 3.17 live is out. And I'll dedicate like just a couple of days. Or I might do what Avenger does, is where he starts off in Arena Commander to warm up, and then just go into the PU or something like that. That probably helps actually, because again, for me, I concentrate on the flying. Because it's a lot more difficult to tune in atmosphere than it is space. Space is drifty. This one is if you lose all your energy, you're screwed, you know. Energy in space, you can basically engage decouple and your energy is unlimited if you think about it. You just need to know when to couple, decouple. in atmosphere, the moment you're energy deprived, you're fucking dead. Absolutely dead. Like that Saber was. The Saber had no afterburner to keep turning on me. That's the advantage of the arrow over the Saber. Saber, more shield, more DPS. The arrow's a little bit more nimble, smaller, and the moment that Saber was out of energy, it tried to move away to regain energy, but the arrow was just already on its ass at that stage. And that was my advantage and strategy over it, where I had to get its energy completely depleted to gain my advantage over mobility. And I think if my aim had been rock solid, it wouldn't have it wouldn't have had to move away 2 times. I think maybe move away once, because I bad merged the first time. But it's good to be able to actually look back on it and go, yeah, this is the mistakes I made. I know exactly how I could do it a little bit better. I definitely have to improve on my aim. It's really, really off right now. But I'll wait till 317 live, and we'll do AC for like the first time in feckin' years. Imagine a low flyer with the aim of Star Cruiser. Bloody hell. That would be fucking disgusting, like. We actually give up the game at that stage. Can't go anywhere! Get nightmares of the crow again. Ichibee senpai. Ooh. I think we definitely got settings dialed in, so I'll need to do another, like, for the tutorial images. So I've noticed that ever since I reinstalled Toby, I used to have these all at 2. This is so hypersensitive. And I'm gonna try this back on 5. Now that I think we've nailed the roll, please just do 5. Just do 5. Just do 5. Come on, please. My OCD is not gonna be happy. Please, just do 5. 5. 5. Please, CIG. Can I just have a thing to move it? 10. 510. Fuck it. I'm not even gonna fight with it. 510 is nice. Generally, for PvP, as I say to people, I'm not an Arena Commander fan, Skyborn, but if you want to get better at PvP, you have to lock horns with the guys in Arena Commander, and you have to die thousands of times until you get better and maybe survive 10 seconds better. Then 10 seconds better, your aim starts to get, you know what I mean? It requires to build a huge amount of memory up. And for me, I've not been doing any like major PvP, you know, the odd stuff in the PU, but I've done no major PvP since like 2018, 2019 kind of area. So you have to go into Arena Commander and build up muscle memory in 1v1, 1v2 situations, because the moment that your aim is on point to deal with Arena Commander, your aim is disgusting in the PU. Absolutely disgusting in the PU. Because you're already pushed into fights that are like this all the time, so you're learning to dodge this stuff. And you've got the aim to deal with those kind of hyper movements. So when somebody's like flopping around in the PU, you just vaporize them because they're no stress, you know. Will I improve flying in AC? So this is just my personal opinion. Low flying, atmospheric flying, teaches you to master speeds. Learning, like going around canyons and stuff like that. Again, you don't need to do like the heights I do, but going through this sort of scenario and learning the difference that the moment that you get over 300 meters a second, the flight model changes. So as I try to explain it, whilst we're sitting at a nice little 200, I'm gonna lock my speed down so I can't go past 197. And if I yaw, we actually turn around, see? And this is why people like Skyborn in chat, with their low flying technique, they have to go slower so they get more of a drift with the yaw to do that kind of action. And the moment you increase speed and you go over the 300 point, which is where I low fly, see what I mean? Yaw, will not do anything apart from jitter. And the faster you go, the more the jitter gets. And what we call that is flight lag. It's actually a real thing. Where the faster you go, the less you can turn. So you'll notice that I spend a lot of time like this, because as you get faster, you have to roll and bank. Depending. So my flight style massively plays off into more realistic kind of format, because obviously as a PvPer in atmosphere, you can't do the slow turns like that. I'm so energy deprived right now, I'm hitting target. So we've got a warden now coming in on me, and it definitely is coming on me. But if I go slow, I'm going to get hit quite drastically. So the best thing you want to do is try and keep your traversal speeds up, turn the right way. And this is where I think like low flying and generally flying around in the atmosphere allows you to focus on these things, allowing you to keep that 200, 300 meters a second as we're circling around. Because again, the moment that you hit 100 meters a second and you've not turned correctly, somebody is going to absolutely wreck you in atmosphere. Energy is very important, and so is having 2v1 with a Hornet and a Warden. Fuck. This is where I'm not good enough in PvP right now to deal with multiple scenarios. We might be going to jail, ladies and gentlemen. So we've got the Warden, who's going to probably spam missiles. No, it's actually this. Right, they're using low tier, so we'll just flare that off right now. I need to separate the Hornet and the Warden. You know what I mean? We'll have to do that. Right, so I'm gonna have to ignore chat for a bit, guys. I do apologize. They're gonna fire another missile long distance. I'll flare off. I don't want to waste too many flares just now. We'll just keep into speed whilst I set up. Set up. I'm also desperate for the toilet as well, so it's like really annoying. But they're wasting their missiles whilst I do this. Alright. Alright. Here we go. They're gonna target again. Again, see, we're just keeping up that lovely speed as I circle around. I play, like, I could just fly in and do all that jazz, but this is how I play the game, you know? This is how we do it. Alright, so what we got? Hornet. Hornet distance. Free. Warden's on me. Right, repeater, Hornet. Snipe down. Right, we change it up. Flare off that. They're using EMs now. And we're just playing here, just chat. We got 2v1, we're in atmosphere. That warden can really, really hurt. And I don't need to play their way. Warden is repeater as well, probably size 4 Rhino. That one's bugging out. We're going for the other one. Hornet bugging out. It nearly died. I missed 2 of my shots. Just regain. It's gonna fire off what's it gonna do? It's gonna go to EM. Going EM. Yeah, there it goes. Secondary target coming in again. Hornet's coming back. We'll switch targets again, sadly. Yeah, it's coming back. Alright, we were gonna go for the Warden, but I'm gonna go for the Hornet. Just running away. We're going low again. Bring the Warden down. It's gonna dive. We're gonna do a reverse twist. Bring it down. We're gonna forget about the Hornet now. Goodbye, guys. Look at that timing, eh? You like that timing? Goodbye, guys. I appreciate that. Gets the juices going. Let's return to base for cookies and cream. Hornet bugged out. That was a smart move, actually. And the warden was energy deprived. It couldn't move away. I was really bad on my micromanaging there, though, but we'll get those juices going in a couple of weeks. That was pretty well timed, actually. I appreciate the guys, though. Good fights to them. And I appreciate no spamming of missiles as well. One or two. Good, like. Oh, I always press that. 5 damage, 5 repair. I always look at the repair as how much damage I took. 5, that's pretty good, like. Played that pretty decently.
He's at 100%.
Yeah, Mad Dog, yeah. Desync is massively improved in 3.17, but there's a wee bit of other things. Yeah, this is the PU. Arena, I can't get into the BTU, like, it just won't spawn ships or anything, so I'll wait for a patch, really. Let's pump by this way. We almost had kamikaze into them before bugging out. Well, the rocks, I mean. Red crime stat. We're still not crime 5 though, you know. Still not crime 5. Still not got that. We'll get that though, I think it takes a wee while. Did you see the new trailer of Top Gun? Yeah, I did. It looks really good actually. Really good. Alright. Fast is fucking gauged. And then I need to go to a bathroom as well, so. recover, recover! Close, very close. Had to go high for that one. Whoops. We lost some paint there, I think. Just fell off. Now one wing flying. The ship's falling apart. We're gonna need a pickup on aisle 3, I think. Oh, that's not good. Through that one. A little bit too tight on that one. Too tight on that one. Oh, alright. Definitely improvement over the 4 days, so. This is scratch. Who needs armor? I know. That will definitely buff out, yeah. It's a lot harder the moment you lose a wing, sadly. It was fun though. Unfortunately, like when you get to the high speeds, the moment you get, and you've only got one wing, it's so difficult to cruise it. Yes, yes. That is the ground, yeah. Ashland Knight, thank you very much for the 10
Resubscription
months.
received. Thank you for renewing your Class 2 access.
Thank you, dude. Appreciate that. I'm pretty sure we'll be able to do this run in like a week's time, and we won't take any damage like we used to do. Just takes a wee while to get back into it. Thank you so much for that. How are you doing today, Astral? Should lose the yellow wing to bounce off. It would be kind of cool if CIG made it where you could eject wings. Because you are right, the moment that the second wing is gone, it goes into a very weird flight style. But it's incredibly difficult to maintain speed, height, precision the moment you lose one wing. And I have to stop doing the rolls and stuff because it goes really, really bad. How's the game? The game is good. It's still got lots of bugs. But there's a patch coming out hopefully at the end of this month. It's in the test server just now. And it's looking really, really good. Really, really good. As in, you've got the some desync fixes or changes or hotfix, whatever you want to call it. A few quality of life things. A few more ships will come out in like 3.16.1. We've got the Hull 8 in sorry, 3.17, and then the Scorpius will be in 3.17.1. So yeah, I mean, there's a bit coming. Is it perfect? No, but what is in life? You know what I mean? You have your honeymoon period with Star Citizen, and then, you know, put it down. How are you liking the Z extensions? All I can say is I wouldn't go back, Oxy Tears. I definitely, as I promote it on the channel, with the left stick is probably more important than the right, but I have really bad OCD. And I also love Gundam. Anything to do with Gundams. So I had to have it where it's on the left and the right.
Bottom drive.
But yeah, definitely, I definitely think it's like if you've got Verpals, I mean it is only 45 euros. Maybe you don't want to spend another 45 euros. But I think it does make a huge difference on the left, you know. Mecha anime for the win, yeah. Generally anything mecha anime, you know. Like Code Zero. Sorry, not Code Zero, Code Geass. And all that jazz.
Bottom drive is
A-Tech. I see you back on Twitch. Does the flight model really undergo a binary change at 300 meters? Yeah, I'll show you. I'll show you. Let me go down. Because obviously the flight model changes completely depending on atmosphere heights. So you can get faster, you can turn faster, basically, banking. But obviously you're going to go further in a wider circle, so to speak. The faster you go, the wider the circle. But you can clearly see here, I'll try and show you where obviously you'll be watching the speedometer, right? And when we get down to the deck, so let's just go to deck here. That's the guns won't be able to hit me. And we're now 500, 400, 300 meters a second. We're going to drop it down and I'm going to lock speed at 100, roughly about 200 meters a second, we're lock speed. And if I yaw, I can turn all the way around. See that? That's me with my left foot all the way down on my pedals. And it just yaws. It keeps turning as I move forward. And obviously you lose all your speed and eventually you basically stall and your energy deprived. Now, if I take that away, or for example, I'll roll up the SEM lock and we'll lock ourselves down at 300 meters a second and I yaw, see how it starts to, it's not going anywhere. And I lower speed because of it. So the moment I yaw, It only goes so far and then it snaps back. This is in real life called flight lag. Because the faster you go, the harder it is for air surfaces to turn a ship or a plane. We go faster, and when I start yawing, you see it snap back, snaps back, snaps back, snaps back. Faster I go, the less spring it is, until eventually, if I was going like Mach 2 or near Mach 3, I wouldn't even be able to turn yaw, depending on the ship. Like, for example, a Herald hits 1,000 meters a second in atmosphere, it's fucked. So, to get around that, you have to use traditional flying methods, which is basically roll and bank to turn at speed. So you can go in and then get down to speed into the yaw now and start the rotation. But right now we're deprived so much, we're at 50 meters a second, we're a sitting duck. So you do not want to lose energy. Energy basically being the way you are moving, alright? Not your thrust, you're not losing thrust or anything like that. You're losing the energy of your movement. So like when you take a stone and you throw it, eventually it slows down and it comes out of the fucking air and hits the deck. In space, you throw a stone, it never runs out of energy because there's nothing stopping it. So, depending on certain speeds, sometimes it's faster to yaw, and other speeds it's faster to roll. But then obviously if you integrate both roll and pitch and yaw at the same time, depending on speeds, certain speeds, you can do even more crazier shit. So learning both is, or like when to use it, when not to use it, is a really good thing. If that makes sense to you. Yeah, because they kind of put like a different way of doing it. Again, you want to look bank, basically roll and bank, you know. Alright, what's the twist? Let's do. Lower down the level of the eye. If that explains, or you understand what I said. Wish Virpil made quite a bit more solid on their twist pin. Hand on stick and mouse? Well, not really, no. Maybe, I don't know. I mean, I wouldn't be able to do that, you know. Yeah, well, the flight model's changed. So, before anyone says there's, you know, you want to, like, flying decouple is better or more skillful than flying coupled, that's completely changed since many patches back. That's just people not going off the path. So the difference between couple and decouple in atmosphere is that couple in the game is more precise because you've got the computer of the ship, the game, helping you do what you want to do, so you've got a lot more precision in certain movements. So when I'm traveling at 600 meters a second, maybe 15-20 feet off the deck, the last thing I want is no precision or lacking in precision. When you go into decouple mode, and it's why there's like two different low flying styles now, where you've got people like Drada that fly like this and they're in decouple because they go down to under 250 meters a second because it allows them to yaw and do that kind of silky move. And decouple allows you to have that glidey, silky format, right? But obviously precision goes out the window and you have to build up your own muscle memory to do it. That's the difference between the styles. Faster you go, couple is better. Slower you go, decouple is better because you get the glidey, kind of cloudy movement of the ship because you're in full control of it. So again, it just depends on what you are actually doing in atmosphere now. You need to learn how to fly in couple and you need to learn how to fly in decouple. You have to master both in this game now. Then when it comes to PvP, or combat in general, is if you're getting shot at, you stay in couple because it keeps you into a more defensive stance. And if you are supporting somebody, say for example, you've got myself and an arrow versus a gladius, and I'm shooting the gladius and it's shooting me. We both should be in couple to keep that defensive play up. But if say another gladius comes in to shoot at me, they should be in decouple because it'll smoothen out their controls, allowing them to do flowing aiming. So they can just support instead of getting in hard and tight and stuff. And that's a lot of the time people make the mistake is they don't switch, or they're stuck in decouple and they can't be defensive. Or they're stuck in couple and they can't be, you know, supportive to other people. So you really, in this model, you have to learn both ways of flying. And it goes for the same in space. Precision is better in couple mode, and more drift and certain angles you can do is better in decouple. And when somebody stays in just one method, you're literally gimping yourself in this game, because you don't learn both, or when to use both. So if you're doing more tricks, for example, as a low flyer, depending on your speed, you maybe want to go into decouple so you get that wee, you know, kind of movement. It looks cool. But obviously if I'm traveling at a certain speed and I want to do the same thing, I also want to keep fucking moving so I don't lose my speed. So I need to be in couple mode for that. It just depends on the scenario. But obviously in the previous flight model, back when I was like flying around in Microtech with the M50, you would always fly in decouple, because couple actually hindrance your flying, but not anymore. CIG changed it all down to where faster you go and more precise you want to be, couple. You want to be slower and driftier, decouple. And then it just depends on what you're doing, what scenario, who you're versing. Are you versing 1v1? You know, are you versing 1v2? Are you the support in the fleet? You know, is your wingman taking fire? That means you go into decouple to get some good shots in, you know? Then they switch target to you. You go into couple mode, and then your other wingman goes into couple mode. I've kind of not flown in anger probably since the old flying mod. The best thing to do is for people to get into it. I was speaking to Reformed. Reformed, obviously, back in those days, Tech was, you know, flying with us, doing the M50 thing, and then kind of falled off. It was the same with like Gallifear and other people. They were like, I just don't like this flight model. And all it does is it just takes you to rewire yourself. Get out of your old habits and grind through the new muscle memory. And you can see when people start clicking D-Boss, Ondo, you know, you've got Skyborn, Tirada, all the flyers that do stuff in Atmosphere. You start to build a new style, and it's even if they switch the model again, they make a new flight model, you have to just let go, because you ain't getting it back. You ain't getting your 263 back, you ain't getting your 3-4 back, you ain't getting the M50 days on Microtech back. You have to just keep going forward. Your channel is ramping up my CPU usage by 80%. Well, I don't know how to solve that one, Subs. I'm sorry. Turn down the resolution or something like that. I don't know how that one. I mean, it's because of the bulb. That's probably what it is. It's probably shining so bright like a diamond. Your computer is like, should I be fucking bit mining? You know? Hey Harif, how you doing, Chief? Welcome in. Do you use twist axes on your speed controls? So my joysticks are this. You can't see my pedals. So I have it where, for example, this is locked. I can't twist it. This is my pitch. This is my roll. ! flight in chat will show you an image. On this one is forward, backwards, left, right, and then it's up, down. And I love the fact that you just twist this in a very small movement to do it. And then obviously my pedals are weird. So in traditional flying games like IL-2 or something like that, left foot is left rudder, right foot is right rudder. It's reversed in Star Citizen, where my left foot makes me go right and my right foot makes me go left with my yaw. And the only way I can explain this to people is because I low fly, left foot is easier to drift the ship right as I go right foot to drift the ship left. It's the only way I can explain why my brain prefers it in Star Citizen to be inverted. And that's my peripherals. With flight it should show you a really shitty diagram, but that's how we explain it. Shiny bulb using CPU time, exactly, yeah. I only twist on the left. Now, you could have it where, for example, I could have the pedals doing up and down. I think Ondo does this where he's got his yaw and then he's got his up and down on his pedals. I tried it, I didn't like it. I would rather keep my twist on my left because in the Z-axis you move it like half what it does when it's vertical. So I don't think you're gonna snap as much because of that. And then obviously my right is completely locked, you know. It's right as long as it works for you. I was saying that yesterday, Freaky, where there's no better peripheral. Some of them benefit certain areas better. There's no better joystick, no better pedal. It's all down to what you have it, how you configure. Because a lot of people are like, I was watching Avenger 1 and a few people were asking, Avenger 1, should I have my roll on my X-axis or have them on my pedals? And it's up to you. Just because I have it set up this way doesn't mean your brain works that way. You have to find what works for your legs, arms, eyes, everything like that. You can copy somebody's settings to a certain degree. This is why I never give keybinds when people ask. Make your own fucking keybinds and actually do some work yourself. And it's the same thing with learning your peripherals. Gotta learn it. Gotta put the time in, you know? Controls are probably a mess thinking about a new setup. If you've not played Star Citizen in a while, then obviously muscle memory's like, again, if you're talking about like 6 months, muscle memory's pretty much out the window at that stage. So yeah, just think of what you want to use. Gamepad. I know a lot of people that use gamepad and mouse. They basically use the joystick of a gamepad with a few buttons and they use a mouse. So they've got their analog controls with a gamepad and they're just mousing it, you know? Which pretty smart actually, to be honest. Especially as you can get one-handed controllers these days. You don't actually have to have a full gamepad, so you got like an analog stick connected to a lot more buttons on just one hand, and then you got your mouse, you know. I think the foot pedals as kicking, push out with your left leg and your body moves to the right. Yeah, it could be that as well, you know. The other way I look at it is it's kind of like rowing, you know. You use your left and it'll go with the boat right and stuff. Yeah, Akko, yeah. Again, like if you're away for maybe like me 60 days, I've managed to get my flight tuned in within 4 days. It's not perfect, but it's tuned in. So I've been away for 60 days. I've come back starting on Friday. We're day 4. I'm getting back to where I was, and anyone that was watching the show 60 days ago, you'll know that like literally I could fly for like 2-3 hours and never hit a fucking thing. Now I'm hitting things because I just need to get that fine tune in. But if you've been away for like Akko 6 months, or if you guys have been away for even a year and you're like, oh, I quite fancy doing joysticks, do joysticks, because you won't have your keyboard mouse memory. You might as well have fun if that's what you want to do and just literally learn joystick. You're going to have to learn keyboard and mouse the same amount of time as it's going to teach you to train yourself to do joysticks, if you prefer to do it that way, you know? Yeah. Unless they change the flight model, you should be completely fine. Like, getting back into muscle memory doesn't take that long, you know? I'm 4 days, give me 2 weeks, I should be dialed in. If not, then I'll be like, what am I doing wrong? What setting do I changed, you know, kind of thing. But I'm pretty confident that I've got my flight back. I just don't have my precision back. And that's going to take just hours and hours of play, because precision in any game, FPS, and I'm not talking about like muscle memory where you know exactly what buttons to press at the right time. I'm not talking about that shit. I'm talking about the fine tuning of moving a mouse at that like tiny pixel more where you don't overshoot, you hold it back in. This is what I like to call precision. Precision in the mouse, precision in the joystick, precision on your keyboards where you're moving the fingers at, you know, a little bit split second more. That does take hours and hours and hours to fine tune. But muscle memory should be like a bike kicks in. If I was to get on like I've not snowboarded in like a couple of years, and I could absolutely like, I'm pretty sure if you gave me like 6 hours, I could blast back on the slopes again by just getting my balance back in. One thing that really bothers me is completely not reading this. Have you by any chance done voiceovers in Tiny Tina Wonderland? If not, then well, the person that done the voice there sounds by voice pitch the way like you. I've not even listened to Tiny Tina, but no, I've not done any voice acting. Now I'm very curious. What character would I be searching for? But I appreciate somebody thinking I'm a voice actor. I should have just said yes, shouldn't I? Should have taken the full credit for it. I fixed it by turning off some Toby Ghost things. What's that? Sorry, subs you said. Voice acting only in the shower. Yeah, exactly. That's kind of cool. Cool as a Scottish character. Did you guys ever, any of you played Elden Ring? I have a massive crush on the voice actor that did Ranni the Witch. Absolutely gorgeous voice. Incredibly sexy. It's not a character this time like in Borderlands, but one of the voice options. Oh, right. Oh, that's kind of cool. Oh, you got them fire. Nice. Ranni is, oh yeah. It's just the old-fashioned speaking Armored Fear, you know what I mean? Like her voice is very good, but she punctuates really nicely with that Welsh accent, and then it's the old tongue that she speaks, and it's just like, I'll just lie down on this piece of bread because I am the butter, you know? It's I love when you get really good voice actors that do the stuff. Speaking of voice actresses or actors, obviously we are very blessed with our own Anna, who does Miss Babbage and other things. And she's just been recently, she was working with Horizon. It's not Zero, is it called Horizon Zero Dawn is the new one? She is apparently a character or voice in that game as well, which is really fucking cool. That game does look gorgeous, but it's kind of crazy. This is why I'm doing hand on stick and mouse. I feel fine-tuning with the mouse stick is easy. A lot of people do different things. So I have guys in the organization that are keyboard and mouse. I have guys in the organization who are keyboard and mouse and pedals. I have people who are left stick mouse sometimes. Then there's people like myself who are dual joystick pedals, people who are just dual joystick. It totally depends on what you prefer in this game. There is no better peripheral. I would definitely say that if you are a sweaty FPS shooter in video games like Battlefield, Call of Duty, whatever, you're dripping in honeycomb sweat, then I would probably say keyboard and mouse is going to be your best method of combat. And at that stage, I would say getting pedals for your roll is probably the best way, you know? Every set has its own strengths and weakness. Again, like, I would definitely, for me, rate keyboard and mouse is probably the best at PvP just now, because it's very much like strafing, you know, ASD, what they call it? It's ASWD, or what do they call it when you're doing that shit in FPS shooting? WASD, that's it, yeah, thank you. So I very feel like PvP is like
generous
that, where
clever.
It's more FPS related, and then getting the twitching on the mouse is really good. However, as I've said multiple times, Afflicted, thank you very much for the 5 months Prime as well. I appreciate that. Long time no see. Welcome in, Chief. Hope you had a good weekend. I personally don't think there is anyone with a keyboard and mouse that could low fly like me. And it's not to be arrogant or like say I'm the best and stuff. I just don't think you have the precision with movement to actually be able to do it. So that would be the only strength I see out of analog controls like joysticks and pedals being able to do that. However, like I said, I feel that PvP is easier and more capable with keyboard and mouse, you know? Because again, flight or combat right now is very much like an FPS shooter where you're doing the dodges, forward and backward dodges, and then you're aiming, twitch, snapping that aim on, and you're not having to do as much rotations. However, I do feel that the moment we get aerodynamics and proper control surfaces in this game, I feel joystick will probably be better for atmosphere and keyboard and mouse will be better for space. However, there's always going to be somebody that is good wherever they go, you know? But that's my personal opinion. When we actually have proper wind drag, joystick I think is going to be allowing you to fine-tune some of your movements better in atmosphere, and then in space it's going to be more like FPS shooting where you're using that 60 OF dodge. And to be honest, I'm fine with that. I'm fine that there's going to be different places of different strengths, and you're always going to find somebody that kicks the shit out of you, you know? You have to accept that. You're never ever going to be the best player. There's always somebody that's better than you. Not enough inputs for keyboard and mouse are my liking. Well, again, people make do with it. People make do with it. And it's really, really cool. I have to get more gel for myself. It's cool that you've got the different things. I think also one thing I like about keyboard and mouse over joystick is that if you're good at flying and PvPing with keyboard and mouse, the moment you get out of your ship, you're not having to change any controls, you know what I mean? You just literally start FPSing and then get back into your ship. So, again, each to their own, you know? I will always be joystick because, for me, it's not trying to have the best peripheral, it's the best immersion for what I like. And I mean, you can clearly see here, I have the weirdest style of joysticks because, for me, I love Gundams or mechs. And this feels very much like moving a fucking mech, to me. Is it good to have it in this format? On the left, sure, but on the right, no. I don't think it's that good on the right, but I will still keep using it, you know? You don't get the 6 degrees of axes and then some on keyboard and mouse, not to find controls, you need at least. What do you mean? You don't get the 6 degrees of axes? I mean, if you can fine-tune your rolling and stuff. I kind of feel that's the only thing that lets down keyboard and mouse is the rolling, personally. And that's why I would always say, if I was going to go keyboard and mouse, I would buy pedals just for a roll. To have analog roll. Because it's very janky, keyboard mouse. Like, if you actually look at it, it's like you have to pulse it to do this, whilst for me, I can just grab the joystick and just do that, you know? And that's what you can do with the pedals as well if you have them as your roll. You just can't do that silky smooth. You know? That's the only thing I see with keyboard and mouse as having an effective. You know? Would be interested to see the Z extender with mouse and stick. Well then, again, why I promote it for the left, so the left one here, is because it behaves like a throttle. And as well, it's ergonomically better for your hand. You're better in a situation, because again, we don't have keyboards and mice where we use them like that. Or not too often, I should say. You know, maybe in some spaceship. Well, you can get analog keyboards actually, Mad Dog. You can actually get analog keyboards, dude. So, they have it where the... Yeah, they've been out for a few years now. You can actually get analog keyboards that go off pressure of key. I can't remember which one or what make is, but I do know you can get analog keyboards. But obviously a mouse is a little bit more difficult to get into that, you know. It gets a little bit technical. Can a mouse be analog? Or is it just... I mean, analog mouse would be if it had a wheel, right? If I'm remembering this, a mouse has to have a ball, or it has to be a 3D mouse to be analog, doesn't it? If it's optics, it's digital. If I'm remembering it right. To make a mouse analog, it has to have a ball that you roll. and rollers and stuff. Yeah, we don't have... You know, one thing I love about my Steel series, and obviously it's the same with other keyboards these days, I love the fact that you can disable caps lock Origin. You know? Oh, sorry, unknown. Because my biggest problem is I always hit caps lock. For some reason, my pinky just likes to move off the shift key and just automatically smack it for some reason, you know? Ball mice are actually digital as well. So is it literally the... I'm pretty sure there is an analog mouse. And it's something to do with like rollers and stuff. Not the legit... Like when you roll it or you move it, it's moving the rollers inside the mouse. Instead of like the scanners and stuff. Again, I'm not getting too technical because I don't know myself. You think all mice are analog? Really? All mice were like that. Yeah. What I'm saying is where you have to have like the old school rubber ball inside the mouse that you move the ball and it rolled the rollers at the, you know what I mean? I'm pretty sure that was the analog mouse. But again, I feel like you just get the peripheral that suits you and don't try and imitate people's setups, because I don't think you'll ever, like, everyone's, you know, hands and digits move completely different. Your brain processes things completely different from each other. Like, you can get the basics down, but, you know, do whatever feels comfortable for you, and just don't go, oh, is this working for me? No, just put the hours in. If you can understand it, you only get better over time. You're not going to go instantly, oh my god, I'm amazing at PvP, I'm amazing at flying, just by spending 10 minutes at it, you know? That's why we have things like training and master's degree and all that shit, spending fucking days and years fine-tuning everything. Also, make sure, guys, if you are following the channel, !April, get involved in our giveaways courtesy of CIG. We have a Cutlass Steel up for grabs that will be on Friday. Somebody will get it. And then the next one, which starts on Friday, is for an LTI Saber package with the red skin. I can't remember what it's called. And then after that, we've got the Nomad and Quad Bike pack to give away that has the love skins. And yes. Well, where's my... Do I have the TVI set up off? No, it's always on. Why does it disappear then? Oh, is it because you're just not moving? So does it disappear now if you're just not moving? I suppose that makes sense, you know. Alright, fine. By the way, if I could get my hands on a viable 60OF joystick, would buy that thing straight. Well, there is a 60OF joystick that's in prototype stage just now. It's by Subline Technologies, I think they're called, Freaky. And it is a joystick that goes up, down, left, right, twist, bend it like that. It's a 60OF joystick. You only need one hand to do 60OF movement. But it looks janky as shit. So I would definitely wait for a few models before getting involved in that. Probably easier to get like a fucking power glove and get it set up for Star Citizen personally. Rubber ball rolled the roller, but it literally just broke. A light beam to attract. Alright, okay. Old mice that you had to clean the ball, I know. Those days. Remember when we only had 2 buttons on our mice? Sometimes we only had 1 button on the mouse. I still want to get myself one of those IBM Model M's keyboards. The OG mechanical keyboard that has the nicest click sounds ever. You can get them now where they're converted to USB, which is pretty cool. But I've yet to see a black one. at a Mac. Yeah, Nubifier tried out, but they probably improved so much, Mr. Tuval, that, you know, there'll probably be a different review, you know. I'm pretty sure Nubifier will wait until they're out of like more prototype, you know. It's the thing with any joysticks is you want to spend a good couple of years in development. Monster Tech, they do a lot of, like, they spend a lot of time developing things, testing things out. So. I'm lost. I'm gonna go high and warp to somewhere. I also need to go to the toilet, so I'm just gonna go an afterburner to space and then we'll come back to it. The design of that has changed so much over the years, and I wonder if it will ever make it to the market before someone else jumps on it. Problem is, dual joystick is so popular that I don't think many companies would, you know. And so many companies wouldn't bother. Ugh. VKB has a new neck stick that just came out. They're pretty nice and cheap. Yeah, VKB are very nice and cheap. That's pretty much all I can say about it, to be honest, from what I've seen. I'm just catching, see if anyone has asked any questions. If you have any questions at me, don't do it just now because I'm about to go to the bathroom. Uh-oh. Is that an NPC? Wait, is that? I can't tell. I might be good. I might be good. I'll do full power to shields whilst I just cruise. Let's see here. Right, there's no questions. I'm gonna go for a bathroom break. You guys enjoy the music. Then we can get back into some flying. Back in 2. Much better, much better, much better. Alright, let's fill the tanks up. Juicy. Anyone tried Sneak? Anyone new to the channel? Don't know about my Sneak rants? We're sponsored by a UK company that makes energy drinks. Exclamation mark Sneak in chat. Today we're on the old lemonade and raspberry. And I've not had it in a while actually, it's really, really juicy. welcome to use my referral, guys. If you actually use code TDL now in any of the purchases, make sure you sign up for your elite points on the website, because now using code TDL will guarantee you give 100 points towards elite, which is really, really cool. They've just recently brought that out with their new website. I definitely need to change this shit up above and remember to put it into like 5 minutes instead of 1 minute or whatever it is. A little bit double the time. I appreciate all the love today, guys. Exclamation mark retweet if you want to help out. Promoting the channel for free if you got Twitter. Get involved in giveaways. We've got a lot coming up starting on Thursday, courtesy of Toby Gaming, who are going to be doing their spring giveaway competition, all that good stuff. So yeah, loads of things this week. And hopefully we'll get a nice patch on PTU so I can actually finally play the damn game. Because I really, really, really want to hit the call ATC button, which I've yet to have the pleasure for. I'm gonna love that. I'm gonna love that. Shall we play? What can we play? You know, I'm gonna have my meme because I like the song. You got to check when you replied, Mr. Tuvo. How's the Fluffy? How's he doing? I had the luck to get play the initial wave patch, which allowed spawn ships. Yeah, I've missed out on that, but we'll see it this week. I can't wait to get in and see what some flight on the atmosphere is like with this desync change. I'll be getting some pilots in to see if we can stay together and do things. Becoming more independent too. I saw the video, dude. Very impressive with the very basic calls, but he's adapted to it really nicely. Nice to see another husky off the lead. Obviously, be careful of livestock because your commands will go right out the window at that point. Generally, as a human, you spot the livestock before the huskies do, I've noticed. Can't spawn on the PTU, no. Every time I try and get in a server, Evolved Gaming, thank you very much for the raid. Thank you so much. How was your stream today? Welcome in, guys. Thank you so much for that raid. Welcome in, guys. My name is Michael TheDarkLaw. I am a YouTube streamer who is back on Twitch for the time being to do some tasks. I appreciate all the love coming in. Make sure you guys get involved in our wonderful giveaway that we have on the go for every week of April, courtesy of CIG, exclamation mark April. If you want to get involved, it's easy to do so. But yeah, how was your stream, dude? What were you up to? Were you on PTU? Or were you playing a different game? Bounty then low flame? Nice, nice. That's what I like to hear. More flyers enjoying the game. We're just sort of like hanging out and chatting just now. I really want to go on the PTU, but I just never seem to be able to get on the server. And if I do get on the server, I can't spawn a ship, so it sucks. But we should get a patch today or tomorrow, I would imagine, you know. rocks. Again, thank you very much for bringing community update. Low flying the Herald, yeah, it's quite fun. It basically just goes in a straight line, you know?
How did it feel? Is it 75%?
Oh, a little bit short there.
Resubscription received. Thank you for renewing your Class 2
So guys,
access.
thank you very much for the 12 months. Neon Wolf accepted. How you doing, Chief? Welcome in. What, I carved her? What did I miss? Oh, you carved. Oh, the Herald. Yeah. One and only Cider. I hope I'm saying that right. Welcome in. Welcome in, guys. Big again, dude, for that. So cool. Appreciate all the love, guys. Getting PTU sometime this week. Till then, we're just gonna cruise. An idea for a song I want to use. The only one seemed to say it correctly, so I accept that version. Okay. And yeah, do these two as well. Thank you again, Evolved. Go and have a good sleep, dude. Appreciate it. Oh, that's a dead end. might. Feels good actually. After 60 days, no joke. It was a bit of a mission to try and force myself from not doing it. Yeah, it does feel good to be back playing the game. Oh, misclicked that. Whoopsie. But definitely a lot of fine tuning. A lot of fine tuning to do. Mistakes making, all that jazz, so. Yeah, I'll probably set myself like a couple of weeks. Couple of weeks to get fully back into it, all that jazz, you know. How long you train this? Well, 4 days. Technically, 4 days. We're on day 4. If you think about it, I've been away from Star Citizen for like 60 days, so my precision and muscle memory is massively out of whack. So yeah, give me like another 3 or 4 days, and I won't make my mistakes that I'm making all the time. Like before I went away on my my break, I would be able to do all this kind of flying for like free. You know, like 30 minutes at least without ever hitting anything, so. Precision is off, rookie mistakes being made. But yeah, I've been doing this since like 2019, maybe? But obviously flight models have changed, so let's say 2021 for this model anyway. For this one. But they might change the flight model in the next few patches for all we know, and then I'll have to learn it all again. Which is a bit annoying. As long as you got the muscle memory with your peripheral, you're fine. But when the flight model changes, you have to change your styles of how you fly, how you move. I know what he flies, I know how he flies. That kind of stuff. It was, if you ever wanted to know a song, guys, it's just !song. That was, for you, Paint It Black by Sebastian Bohm. Sebastian Bohm, Paint It Black. Also did a version of the Wonder Woman song. I can play that next. Or Sweet Dreams Are Made of Things. You know that one? I can't remember who originally did that, but he's got a version of that as well. Really, really good. So Sebastian Bohm. It's got the little dots above the O as well. I can't remember what you called that. But yeah, thank you very much, WQW, for the follow. Milky Mammy, thank you very much for the follow. The one and only side art as well. Ryzen Games, I'm hoping I'm saying that right. Thank you very much for the follow as well. Evil Evolved 1 Gaming, thank you very much for the host and raid. Appreciate that. And all the other follows today, guys. Please get involved in the giveaways. If you're generous enough to drop a follow on the channel, please get yourself some free swag, or at least give yourself an option of getting free swag. What's my setup? Exclamation mark kit if you want to see the PCs. The joysticks I'm running are Peripheral alphas, so these are Warbird bases with Peripheral alphas. However, I'm using a Z extension that puts them in this format. Basically to make it a little bit more ergonomically better. I also use pedals, but you can't see them because, to be honest, I'm not having fucking billion cameras. You know, it's bad enough that I've got, like, you know, this one here. You can kind of see the pedals on that one. They're down there, you know. So yeah. There's the pedals. Well, I appreciate that. It's actually very bad flying for me. But I will take any comments just now, any criticism. But for me, it's, or what I'm used to doing is a lot better, so I would recommend maybe not judging right now. Chris's face? What do you mean? That's my fucking, that's what I have on my monitors. But yeah, I appreciate that, man. Masteroid, sorry. Welcome in. How you doing, Chief? Thank you very much for that. Yeah, it's good fun being back on Twitch, actually, not gonna lie. How do you like the grape sneak flavor? I actually really like it. However, I don't think it tastes like grape. Gormagast. It's more like some sort of sweet, or for me it's more like strawberry raspberry kind of flavor. I mean, a lot of people say it's grape. It just might be my taste buds. But it just does not taste grape to me, so I'm still waiting for somebody to be like, oh, I've tried it, it does taste like grape. Because obviously I go with flavors. When somebody says this is a grape flavor, I expect to take a grape, put it in my mouth, and that's what it tastes like. And it tastes like candy or something like that, so yeah. I know it's a little safety tolerance you still keep for getting readjusted. I noticed there's a little safety tolerance you keep for... Yeah, you mean that I'm not going as low as I would normally do. Yeah. Again, I will only go to the batshit crazy speed and distance off the ground the moment I've got my precision back. And because I don't have precision as much as I want it to be, yeah, there is a little bit of a gap that I'm using. Also, when I'm going around certain corners now, I'm massively adjusting it where I would be like 10 feet off the deck or 15 feet off the deck. I put it to 25 because until I get the precision back, I don't want to fall into like a situation where I lose my rhythm because I tried to pull a corner too hard and misjudged it, you know what I mean? It's better to just raise your height slightly and keep the speed and then go round another corner better and improve it that way than smashing into a wall. On the first day, when I was flying, I decided to put the, like in a situation where you pull back on the throttle, right? Anytime that you would see this normally, you would see me pulling back on the throttle and afterburning to reverse to slow it down. In this situation, I pushed forward and engaged afterburner, so it was just straight into a fucking wall. It was just like, no, we're definitely not coming out of this one, just boom. And it could have just been easily avoided by pulling back on the throttle and going up, but it was like, straight into it. So, yeah, once I get out of this weird habit and get back into the normal setup, it's fine at that stage, you know. How smooth are your legs right now? And why should I shave mine? How smooth are my legs? I actually don't have that hairy legs. It's the same with my arms because I'm naturally blonde, so you know it's strawberry blonde, whatever you want to call it. So I mean, nothing compared to like a dark-haired kind of person. I don't really have hair. But if you want to shave them to go faster and go full dolphin, be my guest, you know? Be my guest. How you doing today, mums? Yeah, it won't do the previous song, Chris. You know what I mean? It will. You have to literally, if you're enjoying a song, you have to do ! song instantly. The moment it changes song, obviously the command is gonna do it. There's no way I can do a previous command. But if anyone ever is like, 3 songs ago, what was it? I can go and look at Spotify and be like, yes, that was the song. You did it at time. It might be that it just doesn't have the song in its archive then, if that's the case. Obviously, it's going through Spotify to an FM station on website, and then it's going to Deepbot. So there might be, it's here, not here, and this is going to tell you it was a previous song that it's not updated, you know. There are always going to be those complications. Sometimes it's just best to be like, 2 songs ago, DarkLaw, what was the name of it? And I'll just read it out for you guys. Obviously, if it's like 10 or like 15 songs back, obviously I ain't scrolling that far to fucking find it, you know? You go, DarkLaw, 100 songs back, what were you playing? I'd be like, no. You'll just have to wait until it might come back up. I play, like, my music I usually, when I'm low flying or combat, it's always the same because it's got a beat that I like, you know? But when we're just like cruising and talking, it's just gonna be some trance or some shit. On canyons, yeah. That's just gaining the confidence again, Freaky. Like, again, my flight style has massively changed over the years, and as well because I'm on pedals as well, that the previous kind of way I would fly was, if you think about it, two and a bit years of just using dual joystick. And the final like 6 months right now is on pedals, and obviously I've not been using them for 60 days, so it's just, I never really fully learned how to use pedals before my break, because I just wasn't playing that much of Star Citizen because of the like 316 issues. So if I can get some dedicated time in, fly with some people, no desync, I'm pretty sure I'll master pedals just like I have dual joystick. But you know, I'm the kind of person where come back in like a year's time and then ask me to fly, you know? Then it should be fully 100% dialed in, you know, that kind of stuff. I ain't going to improve. I mean, to be honest, I'm already like gone from not being confident, being much higher, less speed and stuff, and I can just now casually talk to you guys and, you know, just in between crews and look away kind of thing. So confidence is back up, but for certain maneuvers at certain speeds in this game, precision is a big factor, and mine is just really out of whack right now, so it will take me a very long time to get that dialed in. I wasn't expecting it to be as bad as it is after being away for 60 days, but I guess it's just eye to hand coordination it's not muscle memory, it's just playing the game, basically. You'll get it back. I would imagine it's like if you're like an FPS pro and you stop playing the FPS game you're a pro at for like 5-6 years and you go back, you know, you're still gonna have some reactions, but your precision is gonna just be so shit unless you put in the same amount of time. But with the break, I'm having a great time with streaming again and playing Star Citizen, because unfortunately, I was meant to be doing quite light streams to come back, and we're already at like over 30 hours of streaming. And I have big gigs coming up starting on Thursday, so I went a little too hard for getting back into streaming. What does the second mount besides his right stick do? Hard to... the mount? Which one are you talking about, sorry? Are you talking about this mount? This one? Are you talking about this one? Because obviously that's the left joystick. Yeah, give me a sec. There you go. It's mousy. So I've got left joystick, keyboard, right joystick, and mouse. Now you can connect the mouse to the left joystick, but I like to have it that way. So yeah. Plus it gets it a little bit further out the way for me. So I had a mount spare. I've got the joystick on it. I don't really use that joystick that much, or sorry, the mouse that much. And if I'm playing an FPS game, I'll just detach the right, put it on the ground, and move the mouse to the left. You know what I mean? Because I don't need to move the left joystick out the way. But yeah, that pretty much explains it. It is just simply the mouse. However, I'm hopefully wanting to get a hold of the new mount system, rail system from Monster Tech, and move over this into the rails, which would be rather lovely, because then I can just literally roll out the way, basically. Yeah. So I, like about start of the year, I think it was, got involved in pedals. So I've got my pedals down here. I don't have a camera for it because, again, if you're wanting to see my pedals here, you know, and it's basically left foot here makes me go right, and right foot goes left, and that just keeps it a lot more simple, you know. But no, I used just dual joystick and twist for like 2 years, yeah. No feet on Twitch, yeah. Well, no bare feet on Twitch, people. It's the same with YouTube. It's actually in the TOS not to do it. Bannable offense. But for me, like, I've tried even like socks, pedals, and I just don't like it. I'm actually tempted, no joke, for streaming and playing Star Citizen to get like some race shoes, you know what I mean, like proper pedal shoes. I don't know what, like racing shoes. That's the only thing I can think of to use, so that it's like comfortable and stuff like that. Obviously it doesn't need to be like fucking fireproof resistant or some shit like that, but I quite feel like the idea of maybe having some decent footwear. But obviously comfort is a major thing when we're sitting and chilling, you know. That monitor setup, yeah. A lot of people always ask me how have I got such a rig like that on a streamer's wage, and the answer is sold a big house, bought a very small house, got some treats. That's basically it. And obviously very blessed that companies like Peripheral and stuff help me out. I just grabbed some T16000 HOTAS, never used joystick before, so I thought, yeah, why not, man? Why not? Doing great, good day. Why are my sticks angled? Because my brain is angled. I will do a reverse question, and obviously this is not to be patronizing or anything like that, but it follows up with a reply with a question. Why do we have keyboard and mouse like this? Ergonomically. It's easier to deal with, you know what I mean? So it's a more relaxed position. I still get the movement I need, but I'm not having to put my arms like that, so they're just very relaxed, and I find it a lot more easier. So that is the reason why. It is better for my wrists as an older person. Because obviously I turned 40 this year, and I really don't want to have arms like flop down like that, you know? Or like they're... Guys, I can't do shit, you know. What controls extend? Exclamation mark flight. Morris will give you a very shitty, I should say well-made image that I created to show you. So if you see here, this is forward and backwards, left and right, and then this is up, this is down. So it's kind of like revving a bike, you know. You can do it that way, which is kind of cool. And then obviously we have pitch, roll, and my yaw is inverted on my pedals. So my left foot does my right Or sorry, my left foot turns to the right and right turns to the left, you know. Fuck dude, you just remind me I'll turn 40 in a few months. Yeah, dark out. Gotta make sure you've got plenty of ibuprofen cream, you know, arthritis kicking in soon, you know, damages, bruises don't heal as fast. Gotta be healthy, you know. Yeah, the sticks are cool. Yeah, they're really cool. I would always like, and again, I don't do bullshitting on this channel. It's probably why a lot of people don't like me. They don't like the full-blown realist kind of way of thinking. But I would say to you, left is the most important one. Right, I don't know if you need it. But for me, I've got OCD, a really bad OCD where everything has to be straight, colors, all those things. And I'm a massive Gundam fan, so it's literally like sitting in a Gundam cockpit, just obviously not neural wired just now. Got a tandem skydive booked. Nice. Skydiving is so much fun. I've not done it in a stupid amount of time, but it is amazing. It's very expensive though, but so is like learning to fly as well. Less than a month for level 40. I'm actually very excited for my 40th, to be honest. I'm very, very excited for it. I've not really... I didn't enjoy my 0 to 30. Then 30 got a little bit better. It got a little bit worse. But as I get nearer to 40, it sort of makes a lot more sense now. So I'm at that kind of chilled stage where I'm just going to do what the fuck I want. Well, within reasons, and not really worry about too many more things after that. Like, you know, if I die, I die. If I can't piss, I can't piss. If I lose my arm, I lose my arm. Somebody please shoot me if I lose my dick. Just take me out into the forest and do old Weller on me, you know. It's the kindest thing I feel. But you know what I mean? I'm looking forward to being 40. Wouldn't mind looking like 25 at the age of 40. That would be kind of nice. But, yeah. Hey, Pilocy. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. But the thing is, I've not been on holiday for a very long time, right? Oh shit. Back in a sec. Oh yeah. quite tanky, we bugger, eh? It's not even head registering. There it is now.
Target destroyed.
If I did. Oh god. I forgot it doesn't go back. Doesn't go back. Those Z extensions are on back order. If you use code TDL, you'll get them within a week. If there was a code TDL. Sound is distorted. My internet? What do you mean sound is distorted? Should be. So is that no. Dual joystick. It just looks like a HOTAS. I'll show you in a second, guys. Let me just find my heading where I'm heading to. You can see here. It's actually dual joysticks in Z-axis. I'm a Gundam pilot, can I say. Exclamation mark kit for any like peripherals that I use. They are Verpal alphas on Warbird bases. Warbird bases. Finally, report to me. Top Gun, Gary. Top Gun. Wish I could get rid of the collision alert, though. Thank you, CIG. Interesting. Did I actually hit the keyboard? Oh, it did, yeah. I'll need to move them a bit then. Just for that split second, it did. That's weird. Like, never happened before. It's doing it again. Weird. Give me 2 seconds, guys. Yeah. You know what? I'll just move the keyboard. That'll be easier. I'll just move the keyboard. 75%. You're up, tanks. Fuck's sake, Tough Mudder. I just saw that fucking. Oh man, he's distracted me, chat, by sending me an image. Area? I think this is, yeah. Yeah. Maybe. Possible. Plausible. Maybe a bit over this way, actually. No, it's not. Lost. I'm lost. Fuck's sake. Back this way a bit. Oh shit. Oh, joystick's gone. It's not the keyboard, it's the joystick. No, joystick, why did you have to do this to me? We're definitely gonna have to figure out what the hell this is doing, like. I think left might just need rewired. Dear me. Why? Why are you being difficult? Eh? What's wrong with you? Trying to work out what button I have that does that key. On this. Left joystick. What would it be? No. That's not the key. Generally don't even think I have that key burned, which is weird. Maybe it's firmware? Maybe it's firmware I need to update. It's so bizarre though, it's just like, just randomly fucking happens. Boo! Joystick, why are you just being a pain? Right. Oh, I'm alt-tabbed. I wonder if it alt-tabbed me then. No, again, that key is such a strange one if I don't even have it key bound, so... right. Let's have a... we'll flush. How does it feel to aim with your right stick like this? A little bit dodgy actually. I would recommend it for your left. Whatever your aiming stick is, don't, like ZX's I don't think you need, you know. Firmware. Yeah, let's do it. Let's just do a full clean out of the joystick and see if it's got any issues. Hey Maze everyone, good day. Master Elite 07s. When doing low flying, the collision alert has to blink at least. Yeah, but it was stuck on, you know. It was literally locked on. But yeah, definitely I would say on the left. Never seen Verpal maintenance? It's pretty good, eh? It's good software, sorry. Done. Please go to profile, select base and grip and make a profile. Alright. Select base, warboard, and it is... I can read that. Alpha, and it's gonna be on the left side. Create profile. Oh, one minute. What do I call them actually? I'm pretty sure I actually renamed this one here. So what do I call the right? Do I just call it right? I'm gonna just call it left. See how that one works. Create profile. What software? I don't know. Maybe they actually have an update. I might need to actually go and do that as well, but what right now I'm going to just do is do a flush out and just redo. So this should be now coming in as left. Yeah. So what I want to do is... Been watching quite a bit of Loveline lately. Just picked up my first arrow from the Astro Meta and sinking my teeth into it. Good man, good man. It's really good fun. Right, this is where I'm pretty sure I have the ability to import a profile. Because I have no idea where import profile is going to go, I'm just going to put the wolves up just now. Oh, it does. It actually has it. So we'll import profile. We're going to save. The biggest problem is I don't know if I've got... Okay, so that comes up nicely. Remember, I have a weird way of key binding, so... Just taking a wee while. There we go. And we're going to load the device again just to make sure. And buttons. Now, this is correct. See, it's already got the inverted in. Because right, how is it as well? Right, we'll have the buttons inverted. Yeah. Okay, so left is done. Let's quickly do another calibration. There we go. Sorry, it's going to move my character around as well because it also is my filming stick. For there. Z-axis, get there. Solid. What I want to know is why that button was coming up. And it actually wasn't because I was hitting that on the keyboard, because... yeah. I have a feeling that my left stick is dying. I think it might have just like pulled wires and stuff. I do have a replacement. If it comes up again, I'm gonna get the replacement out of storage tonight. It's just storage as in just over there, but under a pile of things. And yeah, just double check, because if I play with left, yeah, it does all axes. You know, just to fault find it by basically going to, if we don't get any issues for a couple of days, then obviously maybe the firmware flush will have helped it. But I actually feel there's a pulled cable somewhere. Windows 10, Windows 10. I won't move to 11 until there's like multiple service packs in 11, you know what I mean? I have zero reasons to move right now. Zero reasons. Whilst I'm crashed, I'm gonna go for a bio break as well. Does one stick control the pitch? Exclamation mark flight flea block. We'll explain it. If you bring it up for me, guys, I can go through the... I'll just do it. I mean, where is it here? System. Yeah. Or if somebody types it before I get to this load. It's flight. So I'll bring up the image. So this is how I explain it. So left joystick is forward, backwards, and then twist up or twist that way. So if I had a vertical joystick, you know, that would be going to the right is that, but because obviously it's like that, so that would be going up, that's going down, basically. Left and right pedal, however, I'm fucked up in the head. Left pedal makes me go right, and the right pedal makes me go left, and there you have there. This is my wonderful diagram I created. Aren't I amazing at Photoshop? I'm on Windows 11, so I'll be interested to see how SE runs if I decide to fire up again. I know a few people that are on Windows 11, but again, I'm, you know, not that. Is it bad to have roll and twist? Do you find it bad, Danny? Danny, do you find it bad? Do you like it on twist? Because that's all that matters. The right stick setup comes from flight simulators, or flight simulations anyway, yeah. I fly like a traditional jet fighter. I don't, like, there's a lot of people that will have twist on, or roll on twist, or roll on their pedals. Their push the joystick forward makes them go up, strafe up, and you know what I mean. It is all down to you. Hard to aim whilst rolling, it just takes practice, yeah. Do you? Exactly. So for me, I fly traditionally, which is simply this. This is my roll. I don't have a twist because I have pedals, and this is my pitch. This is my forward, this is my backwards, this is my left, this is my right, this is up, this is down, and my left foot makes me go right, and my right foot yaws left, because I'm fucked up, you know what I mean? So, again, it is each to you, there is no better way. If any content creator you ever ask the same question and they go, this is how you should have it, they are talking fucking shit, because they are not in your head, your brain and stuff like that. So you only do a peripheral that is good for you, you know? Because you're the one that's actually doing it. It's why, like, I never give keybinds to people, because I believe you should find your own keybinds for your own setup. What I have in fingers and digits does not match what goes on in your head, you know what I mean? So it's definitely down to setting up things. And the reason why, like, in jet fighters and planes, it's all the same everywhere you go, is because if we had the ability to customize it to how each pilot wants it to be, it would be very, very fucking expensive to do so. So it's better to make one fighter do it 10 times than one fighter have the rudders going the other way, you know what I mean? And that's the only reason why pilots don't get a choice. Or helicopter pilots or anything like that, or bikes, cars, anything, you know? Only like full race teams do you get the ability to customize, because, well, you're the only member of that team, or if you're in a group of a team, you have your own, you know, pit crew kind of thing. So definitely just set up to how you find it to be better. And if you're struggling with it, try something else for a couple of days. Obviously, whenever you change muscle memory, it takes weeks to change it. It takes weeks to change it. It took me like 7 days to change through to pedals, and I'm still not 100% confident after 6 months. It will literally take an onslaught of keep going. Exactly, Vega. You know what I mean? So I'm just parking here so nobody pushes me around. Whilst I go to the toilet. My flying origin is from airplanes as well. See, for me, you can't take it away. The only difference I have compared to a plane is like my yaw is differently, and that, again, as I explained, in like IL-2 or something like that, I'll have it as left rudder, left, you know, foot, right rudder, right foot. But in Star Citizen, I have it inverted because I think my mind, well, you can't drift planes, for example, around corners and stuff. Anyway, guys, I'm gonna go quick and go to the toilet. I'll be back in 2. Thank you for all the love and the retweet today, guys. I appreciate it. Exclamation mark retweet if you want to get involved. Exclamation mark April, as the title says, if you want to get involved in the giveaways courtesy of CIG. Then we have the Toby stuff coming up starting on Thursday this week. And that will be on the way till the 19th. I think it's Thursday. Thursday's the 7th, isn't it? Yeah, Thursday to like a Tuesday. Weird, but yeah. Awesome, awesome. I used to have roll on twist and yaw on X, then started flying DCS helicopters, and now I have roll on X and yaw on left X. Hey, whatever works for you, dude. Again, for me, I try and make sure that when I play this game, I can integrate into any flight game, and I don't have any issues. That's how I look at it. It's only the weird thing is the pedals inverted for Starson. So strange. But yeah, generally, I always try to keep it the same, and it's the same as like if I had a throttle and I was going to DCS, I would have it this way, you know. Audio sync? In what way? Like, that's the second person to say audio sync. And I'm seeing nothing on my end, so... Is it the music? Is it the music? Is it the music? Not for me, but maybe Twitch. Really, our browser's acting up? Maybe. Hey Vez, welcome in. 070. I don't know, like for me, I've got no negatives. So I have no idea how to help you guys. I've got like 0.8% drop frames, which is just because Twitch's services are useless for uploading. And why I say this is because I was able to upload 4K on YouTube without ever having drop frames, so I don't know what to say. Oh sorry, I've already spawned shit. There's nothing I can say, like I've literally got no reds across the board. If there's a sync issue, I don't think it's coming from me personally. You know that they're getting rid of Twitch desktop app. They're actually going to be discontinuing it. They are getting rid of Twitch desktop app. Working fine on mobile, and that's usually trash. Thank you, Zesty. Yeah, I think... I'm sorry if there is any issues. It's not coming from me. Normally I would be first to be able to say, look, I've got shit going on right now, so... Yeah, fine on mine as well. It has been a little bit of an issue, yeah. I mean, for the last 6 months, I've loved being on YouTube purely because every time I went live, I was like 1 for 40, and there was like no issues whatsoever. And I'm on the same internet, same speeds, and I change over to the Twitch servers, and it's struggling. It's like, I know there's a lot more streamers on Twitch than YouTube. You know, I'm not trying to say that YouTube has a better service and stuff. It's just maybe stop accepting affiliates or partners. You know what I mean? Might be something to do. It generally feels like they prioritize fluff than anything else. Would you like some follower emotes? Oh boy, I can't wait to share that with my community so we can all spam channels with more emotes. That's how it kind of feels like, you know? Fucking Disneyland of service at times. Probably sound Chris, yeah. I always feel like the wrong priorities are put out, and maybe it just takes a lot longer to get what I'm asking for out on Twitch, but yeah, it just seems so strange. Oh shit. You know what we forgot to do? That could have been a disaster if I went into PvP. That's gone. That's gone. And we need this. Get the old gremlin going. Arr, gremlin. Now I should be able to raise my level. Yes. Awesome. Sweet nibbits. Heard a kind of fun story on how the paid channel boosting backfired on Twitch and they got more shady channels. Yeah, I know. Well, they've now got it in a really nice system where if you guys... Oh. Is that my left stick just gone again? If my left stick is gone again, I think it is literally an electrical problem with it. Oh, that's still running. Right, the joystick's not gone. Maybe I'm gonna have to look into some software updates. I have a feeling that there are some conflicting issues on the go on the PC. We'll war out though. But yeah, they've now got an interesting system for hype trains. Hype trains promote the channel in whatever magical Disneyland format. So whenever you guys get me on a hype train, apparently it does something to do something. I don't know. Magical candy, Charlie stuff, you know. I have no idea how it really does anything, but I remember reading about that. Because it backfired on them with the, hey guys, would you like to pay for your streamer to be able
received.
to do things?
Thank you very much.
Hey, Tuvo, thank you very much to the best, dude. Appreciate you. So yeah, there's that system, it backfired, everyone was pissed off because it was pretty much pay to win, and then the bigger communities were already winning, so why did they have to win some more? It was just basically, it felt like a scam from Twitch to get more money. And you weren't actually going to get your channel any better, so to speak. So that, I think that's now no longer a case. Or something, so... I heard there's only 3 golden tickets left. 3 golden tickets? Chocolate bars. We'll go here. I think this will give us some mountains. Over there, maybe. Why the hell did they think it was going to be anything but a rich getting richer? I'm stupid, but even I know, that's why people ranted about it, you know? Because at the end of the day, when you have a, how long was the learning curve with the extensions? On the left stick, flawlessly, just straight into it. A little bit of micromanage required in the brain to the hand, but not much at all, dude. Again, with the right, I never tell people to get it for the right stuff. So you've got like a big community on Twitch that gifts you loads of subs and bits and all those things already. Twitch integrated where that person can get promoted even more, even though they're paid by Twitch and they're already getting promoted, but their community start paying $500 a day per person to promote that channel. That's sus. That's very, very sus. And then there's people like, oh, this is great, I've got 5 members, if they all pay $5, I'll have thousands of viewers. It's like, no, you're not getting anyone, because you literally are getting scammed at that point. So they've got rid of it, because again, it's dodgy. You should not have to pay for viewership. They ban people for having view bots and follow bots, and all that stuff is bannable. But they were doing the exact same thing, where you were going to have artificial numbers by paying some money to do so. It wasn't actually getting more viewers or like followers and stuff. It was artificial numbers. Like, oh, by the way, you've got 5 people actually watching your channel, but look, magically you've got 10 now. Ooh, that's all it did. It didn't create any like special website that you were promoted on for people to go and check out. It literally created artificial numbers. Like, oh, I've got 50 viewers, they're actually paying some money, now I've magically got 100, but where are they in my view list, and why are they not talking to me, or anything like that, you know? I never got rated. It's scammy stuff when you start doing that. You should never allow somebody to pay to progress their channel and then ban people for using the same method just because it's on a third-party website, you know? So, they got rid of it, and now they've decided to put the same thing of fake promotion, but it's in the hype trade. So, that's where it is now. It's no longer you can purchase viewers. You have to get a hype train to purchase fake viewers. So I'm pretty sure it'll get left in and people will forget about it. As long as you don't have channels like spending thousands of dollars to promote. You know, a hype train is something that people enjoy, but you know what I mean? It's sketchy when somebody's paying to get viewership. Yeah, exactly, Freaky. Like, again, it is what it is, you know. This is where, like, I would love to just see better quality of streaming, better, you know, VOD archives like YouTube does and stuff like that. I feel that would promote your platform more. I generally feel that if you had a better archive system, a better quality of stream, better bitrate, more people would want to pay in. And you could just make it where, like, you take another 5% off the streamer to pay for this. You know what I mean? Take away another 5% of the streamer's income, or 2%, whatever is justified, and up the quality of the platform. That's going to get more people to come in and get more subs and ad revenue, and so it's weird, like. But then it's the same thing when I look at some of CIG's sort of ideas. I'm like, meh. I guess, well, I don't work in marketing, so I don't know. Pull that slot machine handle, yeah. Pull that slot machine handle. I'm waiting to see the next one, you know. The sad reality is, they used to do this really good thing called September, right? Or September, changing the letters around. And when I first started, or when I was just beginning to start my content creation, they had one September where it was literally 50% off to get a sub, renew a sub, and Twitch would pay the extra 50% to the content creator. And they've now got it where it's only on new subs do they do this to. And I genuinely feel that is the worst thing to do, because fuck it, you know? Let people have that month of half price on any sub, tier 1 to free, not just because it's a new sub. Because you literally got people unsubbing to then resub so they got a bonus, you know? Or it had to be a brand, like last year's one is you had to be a brand new account. So for example, if Southern Cross had subbed to me 1 year and then was like, oh yay, this is 50% off, I'm going to go and support the TheDarkLaw, he would still have to pay full price. So you don't sub. And it's just like, you could make more money. You could actually make more money allowing people who have already subbed to resub for 50% off. You're still going to get money. You know what I mean? I don't understand. Who the fuck came up with that one? Where you, if you had ever subbed a brand new sub, if you had subbed before, you didn't get it. You weren't allowed the discount. It's fucking bonkers. You know, this was just promoting making bot accounts. Because what you would do, and streamers did this, where they basically got loads of bot accounts to use their own money to sub because Twitch would give more. And then they had to get rid of all these bot accounts like last year and stuff like that. It's just like you are literally creating your own nightmare from these things. Just allow everyone to resub at 50% off for 1 month. You make so much money and less hassle. Don't do it the hard way. It's the same with CIG. Just do things easy and have a good time. Don't try and fucking reinvent wheels. Or like fast gimmicks that you then have months and months and months of hassle. The simplest route is the best route. Yeah. Hopefully we'll maybe see a good September, whatever you call it. But I was so gutted because I saw what channels were making. So I had started off as a content creator, but I didn't go to like the full speed until Christmas time. And I watched this September, and I was like, wow, man. Some of the people that I knew were making bank, and I was like, yeah, nice. So if I ever get to that stage, booyah, you know? And then they changed it the following year, and I was like, oh well. Missed out on that fucking gold mine. And then in the same year, Facebook goes, by the way, if you're a partner on Facebook, we're going to give you 100% of your profit. We're not taking a penny for 2 years. End of 22 it runs up. And I'm like, shit. Shit. 100% on Facebook sounds quite good. How can I get my whole community to move over to Facebook? And it would just be impossible, you know? But it would have been so cool if Twitch were like, right guys, for 2 months, 100% profit, you know, we're giving back to our community, you know. Don't even have Facebook. I have Facebook because I had it when it first came out. I don't use Facebook. I deleted all friends and all that nonsense off it. I only have Facebook now because I need it for an Instagram account because they're both part of the metaverse. So, yeah. I'll have to keep it for that time. Face who, yeah. I actually never had a MySpace account either. I never used MySpace when it was out. By that time, I was doing more productive things like drinking, drugs, sex, rock and roll, theme parks, skydiving, as much adrenaline junkie shit as I could get into my veins. And when I got a little bit older, obviously, MySpace, I think, like, the only thing I had, do you guys remember MSN Messenger? That was my way of interacting with people back in the day. It's like, that was like my Facebook, was MSN Messenger. ICQ? I did have ICQ, yeah. I had it at the start as well. It's still around, I think. Been some years. Yeah, I don't use Facebook. Like, again, the only reason I have it is to advertise my channel and have access to Instagram. But I did enjoy MSN Messenger at the time. It was a really good way in keeping in contact with people. And then that got closed down, because... Why did that get closed down again? What made MSN Messenger? I think by then that was Facebook that came out. And that's why Messenger went. If I remember correctly. I could be completely wrong, but I'm pretty sure Messenger went away because of Facebook. Skype, was it? Oh, it turned to Skype. Right. Yeah. That was a platform I actually never really used either. I mean, I've got a Skype account from back in the day, but I never really used Skype. I was more at that stage using TeamSpeak and TeamSpeak 2, Roger Wilco kind of stuff for like EVE Online kind of gaming. So I never really got into the Skype stuff, and I never worked in a company that required you to do like calls and shit, so. And then it died, yeah. Well, the thing with Skype is they got greedy, didn't they? Skype got greedy where they were going to be like, look, you can do all this and this and this, but you're eventually going to have to pay for this and stuff like that. So, I think people at that stage were just using TeamSpeak and Ventrilo and stuff like that, and then Discord sort of came out, you know. Yeah. I played EVE Online from 2003 to 2012, and I gave up EVE Online, literally gave up EVE Online, to get involved in Star Citizen. And I've been here in Star Citizen since 2012. But I absolutely loved EVE, had my Titan, sold my Titan, sold my Mothership, sold my 2 Titan babysitter characters. I still have my original PvPer character and my original Titan character, which has all factions at 5, Titan 5, in everything. It was literally a cat pilot. They've both got 170 million SP. I don't even know if that's good anymore. Probably not. But back then, in 2012, I made quite a bit of bank selling the assets in game for real life money, and then I bought a Javelin with it. I sold my Titan in EVE and I got a Javelin in Star Citizen, and I don't want a Javelin. Or I don't need a Javelin. So yeah, I started in 2010. I still kind of play it. No, actually, yeah. Tat, no real money trading. But yeah, EVE Online was really good. Netscape Navigator was my... What? There was like... browsers. There was one I never used. It might be Netscape. For a long time though. How come you're not flying anywhere? Is it glitchy? Because I'm chatting to chat, Salmons. Simple as that. I'm not flying, I'm not doing anything because I'm chatting to you guys, because if I start flying, people start asking questions. They're like, why is he not responding to me? Because literally I'll zone out and not give a shit about you guys. So whilst I'm sort of just about to begin, I would rather just have a quick conversation with you guys, a little bit of sneak, exclamation mark sneak, and then we'll pump some tunes, you know. Teams is more Microsoft mix of Slack and Skype. Yeah, I mean, a lot of companies have converged, you know. Especially in the last 2 years, like Xbox and Microsoft have been buying up a lot. Didn't they buy Bethesda? Am I wrong? I'm pretty sure Microsoft bought Bethesda. So, you know, there's a lot of like, we can't be bothered doing it by ourselves anymore. Who wants to buy us kind of deal, you know? Is the beard here to stay? Yeah, I'm never gonna shave the beard. No. I doubt I will grow it longer. I'll just let it get thicker and thicker over time and probably grey hair, but I like it sort of like at this level. Maybe I've not shaved or trimmed it in a bit, like lined it basically, so yeah. It ain't going anywhere. Like, even if there was like, TheDarkLaw will do $10,000 for charity, I still wouldn't shave it. Because it took me quite a bit of time to get to this stage. I think it's like nearly a year actually, since we've had it. So, as much as I would love to do stuff for charity, it can get fucked because I want to keep my beard. Because that would be the only thing that people would actually spend money on, because they would know it would piss me off. Is that what skill points you got? Damn. I am. Sony has. Who did Sony recently buy? I know Sony bought somebody. I'm trying to remember who though. I remember there was something about Sony. Oh, Bungie, that was it. Yeah. And Discord got bought by somebody as well. Was Discord bought by Microsoft? Or who did they get fucking hit by? Because I remember Discord was up for sale. And they cashed out. That's why Discord's gone pretty much designed for like schools and stuff like that, and it doesn't give really too much fucks about gamers. Who the hell? Welcome in. Fresh, welcome in. I think Discord was rumored to be up for sale, but I think it fell through. Oh, did it fall through? Alright. Well, that's kind of good. It still went really corporate though, if you notice that. Discord has... It's still a great platform, don't get me wrong, but it's not so much focused on gamers and streamers anymore. It's more like corporations and schools, universities, all that shit, so... I will be very interested to see what is the next thing after like Discord and Guilded and stuff like that. TeamSpeak have made their own system like Discord, which is interesting, but yeah. Well, TeamSpeak 4 is like Discord now in certain ways. Pay kids don't. Before Ventrilo comes back. That's what everyone starts using. It'll be the same as like when Facebook finally fucking dies, whenever it dies, Instagram dies, TikTok dies. They all eventually die because it's like Snapchat, you know? Snapchat was fucking I never made a Snapchat account. I didn't get the gimmick around it. But that fucking fell off, you know? The next meta. I'm hoping I'm at the stage where I've won the lottery and I've just got a wooden cabin in a forest and I don't have any fucking technology. Just no phones, no TV, no PCs, just nature viewing, nice log fire, deep forest, growing my own vegetables, hunting my own food. Nobody ever hears about me again. That sounds like a perfect way to end. Away from civilization, you know. Elon Musk has purchased a 9.2 stake in Twitter worth 3 billion. Well, I suppose 3 billion is like nothing to the dude. Companies are more likely to push meta than people. It's embarrassing to see these themes creeping into corporate life. I know. But, whatever. It's been on the go for like ridiculous amount of time now, so. Waiting for that mushroom cloud. Like, joke about that with a hell, but to be honest, you know, I am quite a morbid person. I don't want to get into any war talks or political things, but to be honest, my expectations of seeing mushroom clouds very shortly is not that far away, to be honest, dude. You know? I'm kind of like, at this stage, I'm just going to take every day as it is and try and enjoy it as much as I can, survive as much as I can. But if I'm turned into a frazzle-dazzle crisp, well, at least I'm going to have my fucking hand on my cock at the same time it happens. Whapping away, you know? When they find me as like a pile of dust, they'll be like, Jesus Christ, this guy had his dick in his hand when he got fucking killed. If I'm ever gonna have a fucking stroke, I'm making sure that I pull my pants down and fucking grab my dick. At least the fucking photo will be funny for the dude, you know? That was perhaps my first good run day of low flying. Went a good 3 minutes before I ate it. Hey, starts off that way, gets better and better, better. You think Inverness is a priority target? It's more, if you actually look at yields of... Again, I don't really want to get into this kind of topic, but I'll quickly answer this one. Inverness area obviously would never be a priority target in the UK. There's nothing here apart from ship lanes and truck stops, you know what I mean? Nothing passes here military or of any concern to any other country. There's nothing here. It's just a truck stop for the Highlands. However, you've got to look at that with yields of weaponry nowadays. Even if somebody dropped on Glasgow or Edinburgh, the fallout, the fact that it would be cut down, it's pretty much a GG point at that way because, again, as Tickery said, fast lane target, you know, they would just cut us off completely and yeah, you know, you would eventually have major issues. You might not get nuked or you might not have fallout, but you're still fucked. You know what I mean? You're still wrecked because, well, the in-between land, in between where you want to go is fucked. So yeah, you know what I mean? There's no win for anyone when shit starts like happening like that, you know? Like I said, I'm just gonna go and sit out in the fucking grass with my dick in my hand and hope for the fucking best at that time, you know? Maybe go and steal a helicopter, you know? If the government is completely crashed down, there's like a few private airports nearby. Maybe I'll go for a wee spin. Who knows? I don't know. You know? I'll just be lucky to survive at that stage, I think. Can you fly a chopper? Yeah, I can fly a plane as well. I don't have a license, but I can. I'm not going to explain why I know how to fly. I would have to do a quick brief manual of startup procedures, but yes, I could. Didn't know you were back on Twitch? Hey dude, welcome in, Chief. Yeah, we're back on Twitch since Friday. A lot of people have been asking, am I staying on Twitch? And right now, the answer would be, yes, I'm actually having a good time, you know? But next week might be a different option, who knows? If they hit Edinburgh, I will be a shadow on my wall before I even knew it, so not worried yet. To be honest, I think if anyone was smart, and because of yields of things, they'd probably just go in between Glasgow and Edinburgh. It would cause a huge effect anyway, because of the distance of that land area. But anyway, let's get off the morbid talk, because to be honest, we're all fucked anyway. And the truth of the matter is we're all dead already. We just don't know it. We've just got time. So yeah. Who cares how it happens? It's gonna happen eventually. Planes, easy. I flew one for 14 years over our Parliament House. Nice, nice. When 14 years old over our Parliament House. Nice. Chopper is harder, yeah, but if you're good with collective control, you know, and you're not doing some fucking Apache shit around corners, flying a helicopter is not that difficult. You know, once you actually find the pitch, you're good. You know, if you start fucking nosing down, well, who cares at that point, you know? But if you're just fucking, I'm gonna do these 10 miles, but it's gonna be the slowest 10 miles fucking ever, you know? It's not that difficult to collectively rise and keep the pitch for you to move forward with pitch. While riding a donkey.
Captain, multiple Class 2 status updates in progress.
Commander Ooh. Thank you very much for gifting 6 subs. That's a very interesting number to go for. I appreciate that. Thank you so much for the 6. I bought a sniper rifle in SC, but not sure what missions to take to use it effectively. I couldn't tell you that. I don't know if there's any sniper missions in the game. I mean, to be honest, you could take the scope off and use it as a battle rifle, which is kind of cool. I did that with the, not the F9, the big one, the big chunker that fires the 50 cal rounds. I can't remember the name of it. It's the big one, you know? Put a fucking red dot on that motherfucker. It's pretty fucking cool, like. PFG big fucking gun, yeah. I can't remember which one it is. Just melee with it? Yeah. But yeah, you can take the big sniper and just put a red dot on it and just fucking 50 cal round point blank range, you know? Is it the P6? Is the big gun? Yeah. It's pretty cool, like. I like how you can do that. You know what I hate, right? This is always going to be a pet peeve for me. I wanted the Coda with a 12 times scope on it. Where you'd be like this. And you'd be able to fucking just blab somebody with a Coda round. It would be so amazing. You know, you just draw it out. There's this big fucking scope attached to it. But they never let us do it. It was so sad. I'm still waiting for giant magnums with scopes and dual wielding. I really want to dual wield. And even if it's fucking just to go around the corner, just like fucking at somebody. You just see this person just doing this shit as you go around. It'd be so cool. The mini sniper from Battlefield 4. I'm not playing Battlefield 4. But yeah, I just imagine like well, the thing is, the Coda is the Dirty Harry gun. It's a 6-shooter. I'm pretty sure the Coda fires a 50 cal round anyway. So it would just be cool to put a big fucking scope on it, so whilst you're going in, you know? But, no, they didn't allow us, you know? It's the same with, like, I don't think you can do a sniper shotgun either. But yeah, thank you. I appreciate the gift bomb. That's very, very generous of you. But I'm trying to think of some other weapons that we could use. I'm still like, I would like to see some sort of katana kind of weapon. Instead of just the knives, I'm looking for, you know, like a short sword off the back. You know, maybe it's just too close for comfort for weaponry and it's just easier to go in, you know. I don't know how they were able to do it. I know they wanted to really make the, well, yeah, the thing with the shield is they could have it where you have to put like a certain arm on Alpha and it's basically, when you activate it, it makes the bubble shield. And you can go, you know, they could have it like that. I can try to remember what movie I'm thinking of that had that. Where you would bubble up and then basically come in, do that. A whip would be good. Like, Last year, I got banned for stabbing an NPC and calling it a CUNT for 30 days. Can you imagine what's going to happen to my channel if they add a whip to this game? I might as well delete my account at that stage. Reported for whipping an NPC. It's why I never streamed Elden Ring, because I was dual whipping NPCs and players and saying all kind of things. So yeah. Pistol and Riot Shield. Yeah, I really would like. There was meant to be where we were going to get like a device that you could put down and it would create like a laser shield. Sorry for hitting the microphone. But I wouldn't mind like personal shield, not like makes a bubble around you kind of shield, but like where you have to bring up your hand, you know, bang bang kind of thing, Riot Shield style, locks it, you can be right at the front, doing it this way, and then you can disengage it, and then go for primary. You would get moved to hot tub section. Probably, yeah. Mech suits will have, yeah, as much as everyone goes, oh, you know, we're going to get the Titan suit, it's not a mech for me. I would love a Gundam type unit in Star Citizen. I feel this is definitely the game where a Gundam mech would be amazing, because they could not only sell the Gundam, the vehicles to carry the Gundam, the ability to travel in space Gundam, you know what I mean? There's like wing packs and stuff like that, you know what I mean? It goes deep. And all they need to do is just make it where it goes to like size 4 or 5 weaponry or something like that. So it's not too overpowered, but it just moves ridiculously fast across the thing. High fuel cost or something, yeah. I would love that. Hey, Salty. How you doing, Chief? CAG said NPCs should be extinguishable, so they're not able to do ASMR, probably. But I hope to see more things. I do want to see more tanks. Like, for me, like everyone knows, I'm Atmosphere. I don't really care about the space battles too much. Will I get involved in them in the future? Yes. But for me, anything that can go in the desert, on land, hover tanks, hover jeeps, SAM sites, tungsta type shit, stealth fighters, stealth bombers, stealth dropships, canoes, anything like that, drone pilots, anything that can go into atmosphere to do Warzone kind of effect, I would love to see. Mechs, mobile suits, whatever you have in mind. I hope CIG kind of go, you know what, this fucking would work, you know? No, I've not I don't think no, I've not watched Project Adam. Like, I don't know, like, ever since, this is me, I like Deadpool, but ever since he did Deadpool, all I fucking hear is Deadpool. And it gets really, really boring. I actually find him very, very boring now, after Deadpool. I liked him before Deadpool, and now all I see is Deadpool, same jokes, same memes. It's same in like Pikachu and all that shit. I generally don't think I know like he's just doing himself and shit, but yeah, I've lost any interest in that shit. Will I watch another Deadpool movie? Of fucking course, it's funny. But any of his other movies I just find like I'm just watching Deadpool that's not burnt, you know? Yeah, it's all the same acting. It's like he can't do fucking anything else, you know? Yeah, exactly, Jack, exactly. Like, he just can't do any other acting now after Deadpool. He just does himself, kind of thing. And it works for Deadpool because that's what, you know, he's the perfect person to play Deadpool, Ryan Reynolds. But everything outside of it, he just does this persona of Deadpool, or his own persona, and it's just like, just put the fucking hood on, you know? Is there? I'll maybe have a look, yeah, I'll maybe have a look then, if it's got some cool ships. I'll watch it for the ships, and fighting, and that'll do. Artillery, exactly. Wouldn't it be fucking cool to be like in a platform, you're like sitting here, you know, maybe 200, 300 fucking kilometers away, you've got a hot zone. Somebody's got a fucking laser, you know, to give your artillery and you're fucking like this big size fucking 10 gun. Boom. And all you see in the distance is just a... You motherfucker, you just hit everyone on our side. Oh, sorry. Sorry, I aimed a little bit too low. Let me try again. Boom. And just dust flies everywhere. It'd be so cool to have artillery in this game. Bruce Willis, I don't know. Bruce Willis is actually looking pretty good for his age now, like. I wish I could be that good at bald. Maybe when I start juicing vegetables. Turn up ballista. Yeah, you could just literally bring the same platform. Just put a fucking size 8 cannon on the back of it. And just have, design it where you can have, you know, bullet drop, velocity kind of shit for the game. Because I generally think we don't have... Yeah, even there, like, I don't think that's actually even connecting. So we don't have that far range, you know? Don't we already have that with tanks? No, the tanks can barely raise their barrel up, Mr. Tuvo. Laser guided bombs, cluster bombs, they were showcasing a while back small bombs. So this is what I was saying when people were like, you know, asking why I low fly. One, because I like it, I feel it increases skill. But I would love Arrow, right? Arrow, no missiles, it's got little small cluster bombs, and you're able to actually go under radar in the game. So you take off your weapons, go full stealth fit, and you're flying through, you know, hostiles whilst they're fighting, and you're going through all the way through canyons to the ranks, to where the back ranks where like your ballistas are, and you're dropping cluster bombs on them and they instantly get taken out because of it, and you're having to go so low to keep under track. I would love that role, you know? That would be so sick. The fucking sweat dripping, you've got gas on, and you're like, if I don't fucking take this ballista out, the rest of my fleet can't move in, because ballistas are actually really powerful right now. That would be amazing gameplay. And they were showcasing that they want to do small payload bombs. And then if they can do cluster bombs as well, or laser guided bombs, that would be so sick. You fly in low, you gain height, somebody on the ground is snuck in, laser in it, bombs away, takes out the AA, rest of the fleet fly in without getting killed. I don't think it's that difficult to add into Star Citizen, personally. Obviously it would take time, but I generally don't think that idea is that difficult. They do want to have under the radar gameplay, because they also want to have in personal radar, so you can actually detect people walking around on the ground. So who knows, maybe they make it where certain ships just disappear. Use the saber for that? Well, saber, arrow, whatever the fuck you want. I'll use whatever ship, long as I have to boom and zoom and drop bombs. Fuck yes. That would be so sick. I just don't want to see torp gameplay or nuclear bomb. It's a little bit boring. I'd like to see some cluster bombs, you know, especially with outposts. You got a couple of sabers coming in. I got fresh on my 6. We're going in low. He's maybe not as low. I'm playing around low, but we're flying in, and there's an outpost with people like protecting it and mining it, and we've got to take out their like satellite dish and stuff. Coming in super fast bombs. You got that amazing like Tropic Thunder kind of napalm fire going through. It'd be so visibly cool, man. You know, maybe the mining organizations wouldn't enjoy it as much as me, but yeah, you just got the dust on the sand just going off, and everyone's like, ah! We flying in low, fresh clip the guy, both bombs flies out. Yeah. I just generally think it would be amazing gameplay, and it doesn't require too much. Just super fast flight, under detection, going through canyons, bit of stealth tech, cluster bombs, and just taking out, because I really want it where outposts, if you take out like a satellite, for example, their comms go down. Their comms go down, they go dark. Like, for example, you know how we've got orbiting arrays right now? I really wish that if you could knock out the, like a satellite on an outpost, basically that area goes dark. They could make it where like 50, 100 kilometers, the array goes dark. So instead of actually taking and hacking the array, you basically send in low flyers to bulldoze the array down and then bring your fleet in. And get up to shenanigans without the popo knowing about it. I think that would be so sick gameplay. And CIG could easily add in, and they could do it with like, because you've got the Ballista, right? The Ballista has the platform, and they've got the, what's the meme? It's the Spartan, isn't it? So you take that same platform, and you make it where it can have like a radar dish, for example. Hey Christian, how you doing, Chief? I was watching a bit of your videos today. You had like 3 on YouTube, the same out, so I went with the most views, and I liked that one. I don't know if there's like an upload problem or something, or maybe they're all different, but yeah, I was checking out your talk, 'cause I couldn't catch it last night because I was sleeping like a beautiful baby. But yeah, I appreciate you did. Welcome in, good, good. Nice to see you. I'm looking forward to Saturday, sir. It is going to be very, very juicy. Very, very juicy. Jump Time was fun at first with dropping bombs and torps, but yeah, it gets a bit old, you know what I mean? So again, if you had like the ability to make mobile arrays that produce comms to the satellite above, you then have the ability to knock out the whole satellite. That might be a little bit more difficult, or you send in the flyboys to knock out the ground comms. There needs to be ground comms. It shouldn't be this giant, like right now, okay? It shouldn't be where I'm under comms just now. There should be a reason why I am in a vicinity of a comm. So for example, if you were like within 200, 300, 400, 500, whatever they want to make it, you know what I mean? There should be a relay. So I'm beside security post. This motherfucker should have a satellite dish that sends or creates the bubble around of their scanning, their radar, and then it goes up to the main one that orbits, if there is one, you know what I mean? And then you maybe have to have an off-world array that, you know what I mean? It's so silly that CIG haven't developed a proper network system in this game. It's just like, oh, there's an array here, it can now travel 64 fucking million kilometers. You know, that information is instant like that. It's like, there's no gameplay if you do that. Should be fun Saturday, man. I'm definitely looking forward to it. Love seeing you back on the stream, man. Thank you, dude. Yeah, we're here for 30 days grind, and we're working with Toby on Thursday as well for 13 days, where I guarantee 130 hours of streaming, ticket farming, whatever happens with it. It should be model comm arrays, to be honest. Yeah, exactly. Like, again, if you have the ability to like have a comm ray truck, like I'm gonna use Detox for example. Detox, I was watching his streams last week where he was doing a lot of this red driving. Like they're in the Ballista, they're in the tank and stuff like that. Now imagine if Detox could also have a Ballista like system where it had a comm ray radar dish attached to it, so they see people double the distance, and it then allows everyone, the Ballista connected in party, to have that magnification, and they're basically boom, boom, like that, and they're like, oh, we can see people coming in, but if that radar dish goes down, the Ballista's vision is a little bit less than it would, or like drop it and stuff. That gameplay alone would be insane, you know? You wouldn't be trying to take out the Ballista first, you would trying to take out that comm ray or radar sat or anything like that, you know? It'd be so cool. Shut up, Bumblebee. It's very easy for CIG to do it. It's not copium, it's very, very easy to do. They literally have the tech in the game. All they have to do is change variables. And spawn outposts with a satellite. Like an outpost already spawns with a turret, just make it where it also has in its algorithm where it spawns with a satellite dish. Or a dish that you can knock out. I just don't see it being very difficult, you know? 6 months you could knock up the gameplay loop. And again, all it is just changing the shit in the fucking sky, in space, to not have such a drastic bubble. Like, it doesn't capture the whole area kind of thing, unless it connects to the relay. I generally feel that all the tech is in the game, they just have to change it around. They do, yeah, they do. And like I said, it would just be amazing for like people to sneak in, like especially when we're watching content creators. Greasy Khaleesi, right? Doesn't really stream on Twitch, but makes YouTube videos. Greasy was doing this whole getting dropped off fucking miles away from Jumptown scenario, fucking hippity hoppity hoppiting into the area under detection shit, and then murking people. And it's the same thing where you can have somebody that's into that gameplay going that distance and knocking out the satellite, knocking out the turrets by C4 or hacking, whatever they wanted to do, and then you can bring the fleet in undetected, whilst people are like, where's our fucking radar gone? You know what I mean? I think it generally just opens up way more gameplay loops than, oh look, there's a fleet coming 15, 20 kilometers away. I can see their fucking engine trails. Time to have a fucking fight. It would be just amazing to make people go dark, where they don't know what the fuck is going on. They don't know who friend or foe is. I had people invaded that used their fighter in that kind of fashion. They included visual spotting. But yeah, I wouldn't mind some cloak and dagger gameplay added in. You know, espionage, taking out a satellite, taking out a comm ray that's not just the one in space, but maybe on the ground. You know, make an actual outpost facility where the outposts have to relay to the major hub. The major hub goes to the space comm, and the space comm goes to wherever it needs to go, you know? And you have the ability to knock out the smalls for a small group, take out the main hub on planet side for a bigger team, and then if you've got a big boy team, take out the actual orbital array to make the whole planet go dark. Solid gameplay if you did something like that. And I generally don't think it would be that difficult to implement in the game, since all it is just making the bubbles of where the information is, because I would imagine that the comray in their code or something just basically looks at the whole moon, and they just need to make it where it has to look at one point, which would be the major hub relay. So you've got it orbiting like that. The hub would basically be in a location where it rotates with it. That's how it connects that way, and then you have it where it transfers to the smaller ones. Yeah, I generally think it would actually be pretty easy to implement. It's just basically making smaller bubbles everywhere and putting a little satellite dish on the top, you know? Maybe CIG already have those plans. I would love that gameplay. And this is somebody that plays around in atmosphere all the time. I would love to be hired to knock out arrays so that the dogfighters could come in and not get noticed and all that shit, you know? It'd be pretty fucking cool. And then when player outposts come in, you're gonna have to have people, you know, maintaining those things, not just turrets and mining and stuff like that. You actually have to keep your comms up, you know? You can't report any crimes kind of deal because your comms are down, so you're gonna have to wait for Bob the Builder to come in with his wrench and actually fix it. Either that, there's no crime actually being done. Maybe have it where there's security cameras that if they're down as well, you can't capture any ability to claim there is a crime. I don't think they're very difficult to implement, to be honest. And I'm not like asking it for within the next like 2 or 3 weeks kind of thing, you know? Maybe a year from now. But it would bring in solid content. Shit movie action for you. Like the old anti-SAM mission before the main strike force. Yeah, exactly. Because then we go into K Winter's video of using the Prowler dropship. You know, the funny thing is, the Prowler dropship video already has what I'm talking about. It already has what I'm talking about. It has the Prowler sneaking past the ballistas because it's stealthy and fast in atmosphere, undetected. And then they actually land at facility and they infiltrate it. Sneaky, sneaky shit. We actually have a CIG video that promotes this gameplay. But where is it? Where is the fucking gameplay? The Prowler video's been out for like 2 years now. I want to sneak into places undetected. I'm sick and tired of Uncle Sam up in space being able to see where I am right now. Fucking monitoring me every second. Bounty hunters able to chase after me because I'm in the massive all-knowing Santa Claus fucking cloud. I want to go and shoot out a satellite place where I'm low flying so no bounty hunters know I'm there. It'd be so cool. Where did TheDarkLaw go? Well, let's look for the comma rays that are down planet side. He'll be somewhere around there. It would make it so spicy. I'd love that shit, man. Only Santa knows it. I think CIG will definitely want to have those kind of things. Good. Yeah, I just read what you typed, Fresh. I don't know why that doesn't surprise me, that they don't even know about the blackout bug. That's crazy. Monday, at this time, we are not planning to publish a new build into PTU today. We are still working on fully resolving the loading into game and streaming issues before publishing again. This is what I said at the start of the show. I said, don't push a patch out. They're most likely going to be doing a big boy patch for, I think Tuesday will be the patch day. So tonight, guys, they're not patching PTU, but they're working on a big boy push or a big boy patch. So hopefully, when they actually do it, we'll have the ability to log into servers again on the PTU and be able to spawn ships. And hopefully that integrates the vet team with their ESP fix that they've been working on, because that would be sick if that comes in as well. I really tried, but I can't fly with throttle on the left stick. Why? Hey, dude. Cube. Fly to whatever you prefer to fly to. Don't, like, again, I've said this quite a few times. If you ever go into a content creator stream and you ask them what they use, cool beans. You'll get some information that way. But don't go away with it and expect it to work for you. That's just not how brains and arms and all that stuff works. You know, and if you actually go into our content creators channel and they go, my way of flying is the best. No, it's not. There's no best way. You do what you do to make it work for your brain. Simple as that. Because what one person likes, another person doesn't like. Oh, you misunderstood. I want to do it because I hate landing with up, down on left Y. Oh, you're talking about where you do this. If I bring up here, you're talking about this is up, this is down. Is that what you're doing just now? Yeah, yo, fuck it. I know a few people that do that one. I couldn't fucking do that. I have to have that where that's up and that's down, you know. This will always be like a throttle to me. There's no way you'll ever train me to do it any other way. I literally pretend my left stick is a throttle that has the ability to strafe left and right. And then my right is roll and pitch. And then my pedals are left and right inverted, you know. There's no way I could ever do it. You missed the rants? Dude, there was a spicy one. I think it was Saturday. Detox was present because we were talking about the FOF Crucian, and I went off on a fucking rant because I loved watching that event, but you know what pissed me off? I had to hide chat because you had two groups of very small dick individuals spamming the same emotes over and over again for Miss Gabby, notice me please bullshit, and then your fucking 1% pathetic twats going, notice me Avenger 1, notice me. Like, seriously, once or twice is fine to promote your content creator, but not for 30 to 40 fucking minutes continuously the moment your 30-second timer is up because it's in slow mode. You know what I mean? That's sad. That's cringy. She ain't gonna fuck you and he ain't gonna cuddle you. Just to let you guys know that, okay? Support your streamer, don't be cringy with it, okay? It's great that people love Miss Gabby's and people love Avenger 1. Don't get me wrong, that's not what I'm moaning about. I'm moaning about your constant fucking need for attention. It's sad, okay? Go and fucking build relationships with your mother and father again, and then get back into the fucking chat channel. Red flag. So yeah, that was my rant, my big rant since I've been back, you know.
Twitch Prime sub
Support your
received.
content creator that you
Generous
enjoy.
and clever.
Don't
Bravo.
make it cringy, you know. Cheers for the Prime Cube. I appreciate it, dude. I'm in the 50%, I think. 50%? What do you mean? What did I miss? Because it's really like, you know what, one of the worst things I hate for for female content creators is the fact that female content creators have to work harder than males in certain areas, right? And this is what this is actually true facts, because Pokemi and some other big content creators who are very successful for multiple years have the same shit, right? Where, like Valkyrie on YouTube have said this, female content creators will go faster into popularity than a male content creator, but then they stop. And the male content creator keeps going like this. And it gets to the point where when they get equal, the female content creator stays like that because the ooh-woo nonsense eventually gets fucking boring. Whilst the male content creator doesn't do that shit, and it keeps going up. And this is the problem I am so upset with female content creators that deserve to go faster and higher than other males, is because these fucking individuals stop supporting them because they don't get the notice me nonsense. It gets boring for the content creator to get into it, you know? And it's so sad that females have to deal with this shit. And it stops by people growing the fuck up. Hey man, only once they behave in chat and not saying done shit, I'm all for it, honestly. I'm happy for people to promote their content creators and stuff like that, but it's the cringy continuously going, you know? Like if it was at the time where Miss Gabby was fighting, sure, cool beans. If it was the part where Avenger 1 is fighting, cool beans, but it's just like, they're not even in it, they're not even doing anything kind of shit. Just fucking wait, hold the line, you know? Better than people spamming scam game. It drives me nuts, like it's my boomer mentality of it's just like hold, you know? Hold the enthusiasm. Bring it out when it means something, you know? Amaraf was looking at a microphone in front of 11k viewers yesterday. Hey, she's a smart lady. I gotta give props to Amaraf. She is a smart lady. She makes what, $1 million plus a month from licking into a microphone? Fuck, I will lick a microphone for a million a month. Ease. But I have to give props to Amaraf. She does a stupid amount of hours. She puts in work. When everyone says that that's an easy thing, it's just the mentality of you're jealous she's making bank and you're not. You go to your desk job 9 to 5 and push the papers. She gets to lick a microphone and show off her thongs, you know? And she makes bank because of it. Because again, you know, sex sells and all these things. That has been for multiple of years. It's nothing new, you know? But damn, like, it's a lot of money she makes for, and she does put in the hours. Like, I think she does like what, 10 to 14 hour streams a day. That's no joke. That's no joke. Say, yeah, fair enough. Some of the times she's sleeping and stuff like that. Not that I watch her channel or anything, Vaseline up, blah. Vaseline up. Hey, Lee Lauren, how you doing? Welcome in. But I like, for me, smart women entertain me. I like watching them milk people fucking dry. Personally. I think it's a good thing. You know? If you fall for that kind of shit, you know? You watch the chat, it's hilarious, eh? Do you know what I love about it? She spams her socials so much that it just drowns out somebody going, how is this allowed on Twitch? How is this allowed? How come she's making more money than me? How? You know? It's, follow my socials, follow my socials, follow my socials, follow my socials. It just fucking drowns it out. She does her own shit, like, it's like, I've got a lot of respect for Amarath. It's really fucking, it's funny how she just does not give a shit, and she's just smart as fuck. Yeah, exactly, yeah. I mean, she does push boundaries, but fuck it, if they're gonna allow her to push those boundaries, then you can't complain, like. It's the same with the, like, the hot tub nonsense and stuff like that. It's like, you know, why is Twitch allowing, my complaint was, why is Twitch allowing it, you know? And some people were pushing way too many boundaries. I was like, whoa, this is starting to get really dodgy. It wasn't because women were doing it or guys were doing it. I didn't give a shit. Do what you want on your own content. I do not care, you know? Bravo if you feel confident enough to wear something like that, you know? It was more just like, is this the way Twitch is going? You know, are we gonna end up with an XXX channel very shortly? You know, because if there's an XXX channel coming, well, fuck, I'm gonna turn on my camera above my bed and make bank, you know what I mean? I'll come back to streaming, yeah, exactly. $1 million a month for showing my ass? I'm down, licking to a microphone, wicked. First of all, give me the $1 million first, so I know that it's not fake news, you know. But no, like I will never like complain about content creators that I know a lot of content creators from like Aurora Star. She was a Warframe creator, and she wasn't making as much money. She moved to the hot tub area. She's got a fantastic booty, and she started pulling in like 400-500 subs a week. I'm like, you went from fucking losing shit to now like 100% over, you know? Fuck yes, keep going, keep doing it. She can now take weeks off because she's making so much money. That's just smart shit, you know? Exactly. Prostitution, not that I'm calling it prostitution, but obviously prostitution is one of the oldest, what do they call it? Not skills, it goes back, like prostitution is 2,000 years before BC kind of profession, that's it, yeah. It's like classed as one of the oldest. They've got it around like Aztec kind of shit, still doing it, you know? So, sex sells? Use your brain. Obviously keep morals in check. If the company allows it, don't be like showing nips and all that jazz. But if you're happy to be in a bikini in a hot tub and you're making bank from it, I'd do it. It's just if I did it in Scotland, my fucking hot tub would be frozen solid. Show the nips. Well, then you break into a different website, you know what I mean? Like I'm not against OnlyFans. I'm on OnlyFlans. If you're interested in flans, www.onlyflan.com/TheDarkLaw. I bake flans at night. TTL in a bikini. Dude, I'll wear a fucking bikini for $1 million a month. Alright? No fucking problem with that shit. I do not have morals. Like in that kind of stuff. I will, for a guaranteed $1 million a month, I will wear a bikini, you know? Hey, Colin, how you doing, Chief? Welcome in. Baked flans? Yep. Exactly. I would be happy to do it for you guys. I've got no problem staying in a hot tub or chatting to you guys for hours on end, but I need to see the money first, you know? I'm somebody that has to see the money first. I ain't gonna go into that category and sit there for 2 or 3 months going, where's my $1 million pair, you know what I mean? You give me a contract for 6 months, I'll be over there. $1 million contract, 6 months. I'll stop doing Star Citizen. I'll be over there. I'll bake a flan whilst in a hot tub. You know? We'll have only flans on Twitch. Cheese and ham flan on a fucking Monday, you know? Maybe go for a bit of, you know, cheddar cheese, pineapple, cottage cheese on a Sunday. Who knows? I feel this is getting very Tom Cruise here. Top Gun now. Jerry Maguire. I've not watched Jerry Maguire in a long time. I think I've only ever seen it twice. More like Risky Business, I would say. I can't log into the game at all. Have you manually reset your account? Have you logged out of the launcher and logged back in? Have you paid more to Chris Roberts' yacht fund? I don't know what you've done, Be Free. You need to let us know exactly whereabouts and what you've done. Or like fault find it already, to try and narrow down some things and we can help you out. Also welcome in Papa Freedom. Anyone else I've missed? Vaseline body shine, muscle, speed. Beautiful, yeah. Sounds like an awesome stream. Yeah, that's it guys. I need to figure out a way to get... I need to get a camera out of my bedroom. I actually do have a camera above my bedroom. You can see it here. Oh no, that's not the right camera. Is it this one? There it is. That's where my bed is, underneath that camera. It's the sneak wall camera. But I could turn it around and point it to my bed. So I need to move that camera into the kitchen so we can start only flans properly, where I'm not pre-recording. And we have live flan baking. Pastries. I'll wear a full chef outfit. Lots of money. I've done it all honestly. I mean, it seems that my account is really locked. Have you contacted support? Would you like Chris Roberts' personal number? Yeah. Only flans is perfect. I can wear a pinny. Bake a flan. Nobody's ever gonna ban me. Bearded love, yeah. I'll get cream. Like, if you guys want to see cream, like, in the beard, and I'll be, like, looking at the camera and just licking like that, you know? You want to throw a sub or two, maybe $100. Maybe I'll pick up the flan and, you know, just smell it in front of... I'll get the microphone and we'll be like, do you smell that ASMR? You know? Only flan? Sit on the flan? Yeah, smell the flan? Yeah. And before Amaraf is listening to this and she starts making a flan channel, I will sue you, Amaraf, if you start doing flans live. It's my idea. My idea. How don't you dare take flans away from me. Baking or bake stream? It would probably be both, you know? We could delve into the finer details of making a flan. Show me the money. Yeah, show me the money. Joyous, joyous things. You're only camping there, pup. Look at this guy, right? He's sitting there. You're not gonna see him. He's literally right there. Nova is right there. And he's waiting for a chew, aren't you? You waiting for a chew? Did you come in here for a chew? Are you gonna come and ask? Do you want a chew? Novi. They can't see your tail. It's blocked. Do you want to come here? Come for a chew? Come here. There he is. There's the floof ball. You want a chew? You want a chew? You ask people. Ask for a chew. You want a chew? It's like revving him up. Revving up the husky. This is how you rev a husky. Ooh. You want to chew? Tell them again. Sit and ask. I want to chew. I want to chew. Tell them. There we go. There we go. Yeah. We'll go and get him a chew chat. He is shedding yet? Yeah, he is. I'm going to have to find a day to strap him to a Hoover and get rid of it. Back in a sec, guys. Want something over here, you coming through, Luna? That camera's going. Ugh. There we go. Let's bring that up there. Don't know what's in there. You sit there? Turn around. Alright. And you say, I want one. Say, I want one. I want one. Tell me. I want one. I want one. That'll do. That'll do. Good boy. Nom nom nom. You want one, Luna? Little floof will come in. Here she comes. Here she comes. You want one as well? I'm not gonna ask her. There you go. Two floofs. Two floofs, chat. I need to go to the toilet as well. But yeah, he is shedding. Luna will probably do so. She's in season just now. She'll finish. Hello, sweetie. What's wrong? You don't want it? Here it is. Here. Here you go. You got it? No. If you drop it again, he's just gonna take it, pup. And there's nothing I can do. Don't look so sad. Do you want me to hold on to it? What's wrong? What's wrong? I know, your hormones are all kicking off right now. She's in season just now, so she's like... She's looking for a cock. Poor Nova, he's been done, so he's got cackle knob. Sorry, Nova, I had to tell them. So she's like, can we hire a stud? You wanting a stud dog? Yeah, you're a little bit old. A little bit old now. Don't worry. We'll eventually get you chopped up. I mean, in a nice way, like operated, so you don't have to deal with the nuts. Till later. You'll have to wait, Novi. Hmm? You okay? You so small? Ooh. Ooh, ooh, ooh. There you go. I don't think you'll be able to see her on the camera. There she is. Her little head. She's sitting here just like... Oh, and she's giving a paw as well. You're all upset, aren't you? I know it's difficult. Difficult to be a little floofer. So pretty. Yes, you are. So pretty. Yeah. I'm gonna give it to Nova, because Nova's gonna camp me. You'll get later. Off you go. Off you go. Yeah, off. You'll have to go. You're not wanting it. You're just being silly. So many mixed emotions. Your dog is so cute. Thank you, I appreciate that. Maybe he's depressed? Who's depressed? Yo, looks like you have taken so much sugar or happy pills? What do you mean?
Credits received. Thank you for your monetary support.
Bumblebee, what? What? That is way, way too much, Bumblebee. I appreciate it, but that is ridiculously fucking too much, you know? Simmer the fuck down. Like, again, appreciate it. Lots of vibes. For the wolves, you hear that? Bumblebee just got you some stuff. Mr. Floofer is still wagging his tail. He's sitting here now. You happy? You happy? All his toys are over there as well. You get some toys? No. He's like, I'm just gonna chill out and sit here. I appreciate it though. I look happy, Pills? What do you mean? Oh, here! Do you like my mugshot? It's good, eh? It's good. You got my mugshot of Chris on the left monitor, and on my right monitor is my mugshot. For when I do my things, you know? It's beautiful, you know? It's beautiful. I appreciate that, Bumblebee. That's far too generous though. Alright? As I said to people who wanted to support the channel when I'm back on Twitch, please allow me to do the 30 days to give you guys something, and then at the end of the 30 days or end of the month, go nuts if you feel that I deserve it. But please, it does trigger me. I appreciate it, but it does trigger me. Let me work for you, okay? I'm very much that kind of person where I would rather work for the 30 days and then you guys can go nuts if you want to. At least then I give you something back. Because, well, that's literally all I can do by now. But I massively appreciate that dono. That's an insane amount. An absolute insane. Those two aren't on the same stuff. Hey, look, if you guys are... Right. Alright, that's it. You know what? If that's how you want it to be... I will just have to go to here. And I'm going to turn off my camera. And you can just have that. There you go. Enjoy the rest of the stream. So I am here, guys. You can see my hands in the camera. But now enjoy DarkLaw. Staring into your soul. You get to see the microphone as well. So you know it's not fake. Imagine if that's what I fucking gave you guys all the time now. I don't like it. It's scary. I did this on YouTube one day and people were like, I fucking hate this. It's so creepy. You know what I need to do, right? You know what I need to do? I need to get somebody who is good at animating and make it blink. Like every 2 minutes or something like that. Like make it blink and maybe smile or something. You know what I mean? Get it fully animated. It'd be so cool. Or you know what I'll do? I'll do a live video of it. I'll do a live video of that kind of shit and I'll just try and hold it as long as I can. And you won't even know the difference. I'll just make it be like my camera disappeared, or when I go like this, I'll change it.
Detected.
And you'll never
Welcome
know.
and enjoy
Metal
your
Wolf, thank
stay.
you very much for the raid, dude. I appreciate that. How was your day, Chief? Thank you for coming over, your community. Make this your Star Citizen profile picture. Yeah, I should really do something like that. My profile pictures on stuff is really, really boring, you know. Doing very well, dude. Just having a blather with everyone. And then I'm gonna get into some flying, but I'm running out of sun. You know what? I think we can actually probably go back to Shubin now. Or somewhere near. I'll actually do this. Whilst I'm flying into space, guys, I'll quickly take a 2-minute bio break since I am on the drain right now. But I appreciate the raid, dude. Thank you so much for the support. As well, Bumblebee, with that donation. That was just insane amount. But yeah, I'm on water kick right now, so my granddad bladders is busting. I'll be back in a sec, guys. God damn it. Why is being healthy such a hard thing, chap? I'm really bad with water, so what I've got into a habit now is where I literally drown myself with water and then we go to the toilet a few hours later. Hey Quicks, welcome in. And then we fill it up with some sneaky. It was good. Ran with my mentor, Skyborn. Skyborn's a cool dude. Unfortunately, he streams at a time where I'm busy in the morning, and then, like, he's still on when I'm going live just now, so I'm gonna have to try and catch some of his VODs and stuff like that. But yeah, he's a cool dude. He's pretty fucking chill, like. Shubin might just be in the light in the dark. Yeah. Eager flats anyway, will be good. But again, thank you, Bumblebee. That's an insane amount of money. I massively appreciate it. I just thought the same thing about animating it. I think I might do that. Think of nightmares, you know? If people in chat piss me off, I'll just give you scary DarkLaw. A lot of people have been asking where the DarkLaw is. And, well, DarkLaw has been banished since October last year, when we had the fucking full out of control situation where the DarkLaw decided to hire somebody even worse. And nobody was at the fucking pilot helm of that one. So yeah, I've not had any alcohol since that. Yeah, he's fantastic. I'm really happy he took me in. He's incredible. Low flyer introduced me to you actually. Been blasting, watching and learning. Nice. Good. Yeah, I'm hopefully, like she's going into season she's in season just now, Bumblebee. I'm hoping I'm in financial situations by the end of the year, which would be, so she'll finish off in a month and then it's like free. So round about October, if I'm lucky, I would like to get her spayed, because it's not fair for her. Like when she was younger, there was always because she's a purebred Siberian, and she's so lovely with pups, so she would have been like the perfect mother. But obviously she turns 10 next year, and I'm at the stage where we're at with female dogs, cervical cancer is a big thing if they're not breeding and doing all that stuff. So I wanted to get her done last year, and she failed her operation basically, where when she went under, she had a cold and she had a little bit of like blood in her diarrhea. So instead of going through the operation, I told them to bring her out. So I'm hoping we can get her in again, cleared up, and help her out basically, because I must be really fucking shit to go through the idea as you have to breed. And she attacks Nova as well, because unfortunately Nova used to be a customer of mine, and his previous owners got him neutered. So Nova goes through the motions to a certain degree, but he's got no pep behind his step. And she gets pissed off about that, and he tires out quite quickly because he's like, well, I'm doing the motions, but there's nothing there, you know, I can't do anything more than what I've already done. And she just starts biting him and getting aggressive, because she's just like, look, give me babies kind of thing. And yeah, it's so sad for her. So I would love to get her done later this year, so that for the rest of her life she doesn't feel like she has to try and do dirty things to Nova when he is not interested. And he's getting older as well, so it's not his fault, it's not her fault. I should have had her spayed ages ago, but I was always like, oh, puppies. The problem is, if I had husky or she had husky puppies, I would never be able to sell any of them. I would just generally keep 6. I'd be like, or like 4 or 6, depending on their litter size. There's nothing here. Cuban is coming up very, very shortly. And that's gonna be Kuda. That's not Shubin, that's Flats. That's Shubin. We might be able to head this way and find something actually. It's not going sober, Lud Lauren. Like, I'm not. I've never claimed that I'm teetotal or I will never touch alcohol again. I will. It's just, after I went through that motion, I'm like. And I will be open with people who don't know about it. There was a show where obviously we like to get drunk, you know, have fun. I've got like a split personality where DarkLaw is a much nicer individual, better low flyer than I am. And it's great. However, DarkLaw did something very silly and tanned a bottle of Jaeger in 45 minutes. So the outburst was full blackout. And, well, if it wasn't for certain individuals, would have killed myself. So after I went through that last year, it's more like I don't trust myself anymore. You know what I mean? The memes are funny, but what happens if it happens again, you know? So yeah, more responsibility where like I would love to have a drink, I would love to get drunk and have giggles and all that jazz. I just don't trust myself. Because there's DarkLaw and then there's... That was fucking disgusting what I did, you know, with myself. I put myself in such harm's way, people in harm's way for no reason. Like, it wasn't even trying to impress people or like I wanted to drink more, it was just unresponsible. Responsibility went right out the fucking window at that stage. If you need to flag, I just pull back on the stick. True. So I think it's more like eventually I will have a drink. I will get tipsy, but I'm not in any rush right now, Lauren, if you know what I mean. I think it would have to be a seriously, like, citizen con thing or something like that, and maybe restrict myself where, you know, just be very, very good kind of thing, so. Yeah, for me right now, it's just like, I'm not in any rush to deal with that shit again, because again, like, not a lot of people knew, is that I was on the stream, I was sitting, looking at the screen, and I wasn't replying to people. It was actually muted, you couldn't hear me, and there's nobody behind the helm at that stage. The stream went down because obviously Fresh as Ice, who's in my organization, who's moderator of the channel, got in contact with my son and was like, dude, he hasn't moved in a fucking hour kind of thing. So I'm just sitting there like that, you know? Nobody's there. Completely gone. But always like it was on fucking autopilot or something like that. And then obviously put the stream down, and then there was a lot of, well, nearly hospitalized kind of situation, you know? Exactly, Wizo. So for me, that's kind of a wake up where I do like to drink, I do like to get drunk, but I don't want to ever put my family or friends through a situation ever again like that, where they have to deal with something as vile as that. And you know, it's not like alcoholic kind of thing, it was just drank way too much in such a short period of time, not really thinking about it, you know, just having a lot of fun but not being responsible enough to hold back. And and yeah, just got absolutely shit-faced. And after that, that's kind of like, nah, you know what? I turned 40, I will get hammered one day or tipsy one day for a valid reason, but it would have to be a severe valid reason, not just, oh, I'm having fun, you know, I'll have a drink kind of thing. I don't think we'll get CitizenCon this year because already E3 has been cancelled, Lauren. So I generally think it will possibly be next year for a physical CitizenCon. And I generally think it's going to be in Manchester the next time because of Squadron 42. Since all the team, or like Chris is over in the EU now. Sorry, Manchester. So I generally think it's either going to be Germany or Manchester. Since Jared's over here as well, so it's less of that kind of area of staff. So I generally think we're not going to get one this year. Because COVID is rising in certain areas, risks go up. I know there's a lot of places relaxing now where don't need to wear a mask and all that jazz. We'll need to see how that pans out and all these things, you know? Another year's wait won't be bad. I actually really enjoyed the virtual Star Citizen last year. It was pretty cool. I missed the bar citizen kind of area and on it and stuff, but you can still have that. Just don't need to go to the main event. I would be sad if they don't do this one. It's just another year, you know what I mean? Well, the thing for me is, I would love to go to a CitizenCon. The thing is, I don't have any COVID boosters or vaccinations. So for me to go to CitizenCon, right now with the rules of flying, I have to get a vaccine. Now, for 2 years, I've never had COVID. I don't interact with anyone around. I just don't want to put something in my veins when I've never been a risk to anyone and I've never had the vaccination. And I know before somebody says it's for your own good just in case you get COVID, well, that's the risk I'm willing to take. But I don't want to have to take 2 vaccinations just to fly to another country when I'm coming over with no COVID. You know what I mean? You know? No, you need to actually have vaccinations. You have to prove it in a passport just now, you know? So, on Discord, yeah. Discord or Guilded, whatever. Have you done some animated of it online? That would be so funny if you have. I could have sent you the image if you wanted it better, if you were going to do something like that. So I'm kind of waiting for that, because again, if I had COVID, I would never even contemplate leaving my house region to even go to an airport, because I don't want to ever be a risk to another human being, you know what I mean? I'll sit my ass for 2 weeks, you know, coughing and sneezing or whatever happens, you know, tasting wood. Flying upside down, but I would never ever risk, you know, integrating and being around other humans. Saying that, if they did do the restriction where I could go to LA, for example, without having boosters, I completely agree with you, Lauren. I would still wear a mask in front of everyone, because I genuinely believe that, you know, I carry my fucking, you know, this goes in my pocket. I use this all the time, even whilst I'm at... Come on, focus. Focus, you fucking piece of shit. You know? I've got my fucking lovely floral fucking hand here to make sure that whatever I touch, you know... No, it's not lube. For heck's sake, Brie, you're so dirty. So dirty. Always thinking about sexual things. Jeez. But no, like, for me... I would wear a mask if I could go. So even if they do, first of all, I would have to be able to afford to fly to LA, which would be insane. Secondly, I need a passport, which wouldn't take me that long to get, you know. But I just don't want to have boosters and injections when I just don't interact with other humans. I live rural. I just have my mother in the house, for example. And she doesn't really interact with other people too much outside the house. And again, I've never had COVID, you know? Done the test, all that jazz, no, nothing. And I just don't want to put something in my veins just to fucking sit on a plane, you know? Yeah, UK passports aren't cheap as well, yeah. Careful with alcohol and sheep. Well, I'm pretty sure my hand sanitizer is completely fine. It's lovely. This stuff you get on Amazon, I highly recommend it. It fits in your pocket, purse, wherever, backpack. Ah, come on, camera. You can do better than that. There we go. And it's got like a really nice floral kind of smell, but it's not too overpowering thing. Let's have a look. Yeah, I'll send it to you just now, dude. I appreciate. Don't make it. If you can do a full size thing, because I don't need an emote. I'll just put it for here. Let me just find where it's at. Streaming media. I think it's under meme. Meme. Yeah. I actually have it where you've got the green screen as well, so you don't need to worry about that kind of stuff. But there you go, dude. There's the... If anybody wants it as well, quickly record the screen. There you go. You can have it. If you want the meme, you can do whatever the fuck you want with it. Just obviously don't make it too crazy, please. I don't want to see a fucking dick coming out of my head, you know what I mean? I won't ever do the memes again for you. There you go. You can get that off the VODs if you guys want. I remember Detox did the green screen, and I made one where he's got Dr. Disrespect standing behind him. It was so funny. Sapphire, how you doing, Chief? Welcome in. But, yeah. For me, I think I'll most likely wait until next year's CitizenCon, see how the world is. But I generally don't think they'll be running CitizenCon. Purely because if E3 has cancelled, I find it a little bit... And obviously, CIG can do whatever the hell they want. But I would personally think it's a bit irresponsible to run a physical CitizenCon if E3 is being responsible, if you know what I mean. That's just my personal opinion. If it still goes ahead, I hope everyone has a great time and I hope it's a good show. But I feel that if, you know, E3 is being responsible and already telling people it's cancelled physically until whenever, I think CIG should follow suit, personally. And just do another virtual CitizenCon for this year. Because the thing is, though, because people can go to bars now this year, you could have your own individual bar citizens whilst watching the show. And have your own mini CitizenCons, in-houses, local kind of stuff, you know what I mean? And keep the risk of having hundreds of bodies in one area. That's just my personal opinion. We just removed all COVID restrictions now, basically just to come again. If people want to do things and stuff like that, that's just me with my personal opinion on the matter. If CitizenCon goes ahead, cool beans. Again, I hope it's great for everyone, and anything bad goes down or anything like that. But I'm very much on there's no rush. There's no need for another CitizenCon if you don't have like the major shit, you know? Bust out it when you've got Squadron 42 coming out or something like that, you know what I mean? You can have your own bar citizens and all that jazz. Not looking to catch COVID, he's after something else with the lube. Yeah, that's very true, Monty Cluedo. Again, we'll need to see. Also, Whitesole, you need to ask for permission if you're not a subscriber to post a link in chat. I can't make it where it allows clips, sadly. Unless I maybe white light HTTP clips Twitch TV. Maybe if I did that and that would allow it, I don't know. I actually really enjoyed CitizenCon last year. You know, it wasn't everyone's cup of tea, but I really enjoyed the fact that they didn't have the pressure of having everything working perfectly, you know? Board Gamer is hosting something in Manchester in June, I think. Nice, nice. I don't think I would go to anything like that as well. Like, for me, I'm in no rush, if you know what I mean. I'm in no rush. Like, I would love to meet all of you guys at CitizenCon, have some drinks, hopefully not blackout, maybe introduce you to TheDarkLaw. You know, I would love to do all that shit. But I ain't gonna risk anything for my pups. Right now. Not right now. We should be getting the sun up where I need to go. We got the moon, we got Shubin 84. I quite feel like another bit of what is it? Yeah. We're gonna go for this, and then I'm having this one again because I actually really like this. And then actually, you know what? I'll line up with this, and we're gonna do that, and then we're gonna have that. Beautiful. Right, it's flight time. You know, I've been on the same server all day. 6 hours on the server. But I am going to be cutting off, because again, I don't want to do another 10 today, guys. Save all the big stuff for Thursday and all the weekend stuff. Especially as there's not going to be a patch tonight, so we'll save it all for Wednesday. Live is kind of stable, yeah. It's a lot better than it was on Saturday. Ooh. Murder Penguin. Interesting. Hey, Tamburino. How you doing, Chief? Welcome in, sir. Cruising in. We're sneaking up on the murdering penguin. Wish I was in a 600i. I think they're refueling. They've got out so far. Drop down here. Go for a little inspection just in case there might be a blister. Just the cutty that I saw on that pass. Probably just gonna be mining or something. I don't think it's like anyone for me, so we'll let them at their business. If they engage, they engage. I get nothing from it if I kill them, or if they kill me. Some payday? Yeah. I've only ever really get into that content when I get where I can sell the rock as well, if you know what I mean. I can't be bothered doing the thing. Jesus. I'll check this out online and then I'll be... Right, I'm gonna watch. That's actually pretty good. Maybe not as much. That's really good, dude. That's actually really, really fucking good. It's kind of scary, actually. Maybe not as much. Maybe like every minute it blinks. You know? But yeah, I appreciate it. That'll be funny as fuck. Might see if I can run a whole show with it and freak people out. The drag says and gameplay looks need to work. Yeah. Right, let's turn and burn, guys. Turn and burn. 12-inch dick version of the song. Leaving. Yeah, they're leaving. I won't get involved. Not interested. that would be just reserving it though. We'll see. Ooh, we're at 25. Can't push too far, can't push it. On that one. Should have actually rolled to the other side. That might have been better. All it takes is one little mistake. Me. Alright, so I missed some chat. Saying you want on Discord? Alright, dude, I'll check out later. No Vandal helmet like in October. I know, we didn't have that. Anvil Arrow moment. Best ship in the game. Right, guys. Again, I'm not gonna do a long stream today, so what I will most likely do is send you wonderful people on to somebody else, because I want to try and save all the 10-hour streams starting on Thursday for the Toby event and all that good stuff. But I appreciate all the love. Let me quickly just check on DMs. What's this one by? Nice. I like that one, Lauren. That's awesome. Online sent as well. Let's have a look here. I'm waiting for it, like. I like how it just stares. That's pretty cool. Like, you tell me it's... Oh, there it goes. It blinks. I like that, yeah. But yeah, thank you so much for all the love today, guys. The raids, Metal, Wolf Rising, Evolved 1 Gaming, Skyborn TV, Dark 008. Thank you very much for the raid, guys. Go and check them out if you see them next live. Check out their content. Thank you very much for all the follows today, all the subs, the resubs, gifted subs, anything. Bumblebee, thank you very much for that massive donation as well. Very much appreciated. Make sure you guys get involved in the giveaway from CIG this month. Exclamation mark April. It will give you this week's one, which will go up till Friday, and then whilst there's the one on Friday, there's another one added in for another Friday. Saber, LTI Steel, all that stuff. We have loads to give away courtesy of them. And then obviously starting this Thursday, we've got the Toby challenge. So we're doing 2 challenges back to back. 30-day stream challenge. Every day we're going to be live. Or hopefully, long as ISP doesn't fuck us up. If not, we'll just keep going until we achieve those 30 days. With the Toby one, I'm trying to do a personal guarantee that there'll be 10 or 13 streams with at least 10 hours every day to give you guys as many tokens into their giveaway as possible. They will also have a 15% off sale, including if you use my code as well, you'll be able to get 20% off a Toby tracker as the device we use to move our head. All of that will be explained down the line. And what else do we have? I think we've got some sneak stuff coming up as well. And obviously, 317 PTU. Hopefully this week, some point would be lovely where I will finally get to push the ATC button. And truly never know who's on my server. So, yeah. Right, I am going to move us into the screen. Now remember, if you're looking for a secret code, it's about to appear for today's thing. So you'll know what to do with VODs in the future. However, we are changing it where there will be no code at the start of the stream starting tomorrow. It's only going to be at the end of the stream and all that good stuff. Hey, Double, thank you for being here. And everyone being here, like, absolutely insane support. But I'm going to go and get some dinner. I'm going to go and spend time with my floopy flops. And, yeah, we'll be back on tomorrow morning. All that good stuff. And yeah. So again, guys, thank you so much for the support. Have a wonderful night, week. If I don't get to see you, stay safe, wear a mask, wash your hands, all that jazz. Again, guys, thank you so much. Let's find somebody to raid. Shut down the stream. Ooh. Let's have a look. Who do we have? Who do we have? This is a little bit like whatever, you know. Thank you very much, Commodore. Thank you for being here. Misery 1, Double Bubble, the gaming hybrid, Pyro, Lud Lauren, Weitzel, Mr. Tuvo, everyone. Seven Cross, I appreciate all B for being here. Have a wonderful evening, morning, afternoon, depending on where you are. We did Thornburg yesterday. Who should we go to? I'm going to raid... Who am I going to raid to? Going through all my lists just now. I'm looking for the people who I would raid first to. And obviously not any of them are online just now. That I can see. Verdi? Or Verdi, sorry, is online. Avenger 1? Interesting. Bit of Kozlov? You guys want to go to John Kozlov? You want me to support the girls? Yeah, you girls have been amazingly supportive of me. Not just the girls, guys. Not just the girls. But today you've been amazing. So I'm going to support the girls in return for helping me out today. But yeah, thank you for being here, Santas, as well. It was hell of fun hanging out in your stream. Have a good one, man. Thank you very much for being here, Vega. Hope you are well and stay well. And again, guys, thank you so much for the support. Remember, if you're in the giveaway, there's the code right there, ladies and gentlemen. Get involved. It will be there tomorrow at the end, but it will not be at the start of the show. So you'll be able to grab all the codes for yourselves and stuff like that. But yeah, again, guys, thank you so much. It's been an absolute pleasure to stream for you. Enjoy Verdi show, or Verdi. Oh, my back. My back. And drop the love over there as well. She's doing the dual joystick. It looks like she's got an Omni as well, so yeah. Awesome stuff, guys. Catch you later. See you on the flip side, guys.